Okay, good evening, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday Night Council Meeting, 13 May 2025. Madam City Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Okay. Mayor Serta is on her way. She'll be delayed a few minutes. Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Here.
Councilmember Henderson,
Here.
Councilmember Francis,
Here.
and Councilmember Love.
Here.
Okay.
Thank you. We're going to retire for closed session and hopefully be back in time at 7:30. So at this time, we're going to go to closed session.
Mayor,
Oh, I'm sorry.
public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Any public comment?
No, we do not have any.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, now we can retire. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Just want to make an announcement that the council will be out in a little while, so please be patient. And if you have any speaker slips, please bring them up. Thank you.
muted. Everyone, please put your cell phones on silent or turn them off. What? Okay. We ready? Okay. Good evening, everyone. We're ready to begin tonight's Gardena City Council meeting for Tuesday, May the 13th, 2025. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Serta,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Here.
Councilmember Henderson,
Here.
Councilmember Francis,
Here.
Councilmember Love.
Here.
Okay.
All members are present.
Okay, thank you. Tonight, we went to closed session. Madam City Attorney, do we have anything to report from closed session?
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, tonight during closed session, all members of the City Council were present. Staff was provided with direction, and there was no reportable action taken. That concludes my report, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So next, we're going to begin with our Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, we have two students from Maria Regina School. Tonight, we have Joshua Cole, who's in the 8th grade, and Desmond Reyes. So we're going to ask them to please come forward to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And then immediately following that, we will have our Mayor Pro Tem, Rodney Tanaka, lead us in tonight's invocation. So at this time, everyone, please stand, and if our invocators could come forward.
Please face the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gathering tonight, that we are able to come as a council to direct our business for our city and make good decisions, wise decisions. Father, we thank you for all of our citizens. We hope that you will watch over them, take care of them. We thank you just for our city employees, all of those that take care of us and make us look wonderful. And Father, we just thank you that we can come here and enjoy a time of peace and love as we decide the principles of our city tonight. So with your son and for his name and his sake, we pray. Amen.
All right, you may be seated. But our two pledges, not you two, come on back to the front. Okay, so tonight's Pledge of Allegiance was led by Joshua Cole, who's in the 8th grade, and Desmond Reyes, also in the 8th grade. Both of them are students at Maria Regina School. So Joshua, he is a very respectful, well-behaved, and motivated student. He's always willing to go the extra mile to be successful in his academics. He is the treasurer of the student council and plays in the school's varsity football and basketball team. Joshua is a student leader among his peers and aspires to be a music producer. So Joshua, can you tell us who came with you tonight? Come up to the mic. There you go.
I came with my mom.
Your mom, where's she at?
She's right
there.
here.
All right, let's give her a round of applause, bringing her out. Thank you. And is there anything you'd like to say?
Thanks for having me.
All right, well, thank you. You did a great job. All right. Also tonight, we had Desmond, and Desmond is a mannerly, pleasant, and dedicated student and strives for excellence in his studies. He's the president of the student council and serves as a cantor for Second Friday school masses. Desmond is a student leader among his peers and aspires to be a pastor, a boxer, a lawyer, or a writer. Very nice. All right, Desmond, tell us who came with you tonight.
My family, my mom, dad, and sister.
Where are they at? Right over there? All right, give them a round of applause. Thank you. And is there anything you'd like to say?
It's an honor being here because there's so many figures who seem very important here. So I just want to thank you for having me.
Okay, well, thank you. Both of you guys are very important for us tonight. So you guys are our two figures for tonight. So thank you, and continue doing well in school, and we hope to see you guys come back again. So everybody, one more time, give them a round of applause. Okay, you guys can take your seats now. And if you like, you guys can leave early, or if not, you can stay the next 6 hours and enjoy our city council meeting. So. Okay, also tonight our invocation was led by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka. Let's give him a round of applause for always being ready to fill in. You know, when you have that background as a pastor, you always got to be ready, so we appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, so also tonight we have some presentations. We're going to begin tonight with the Lexipol Policy Award 2024, which is going to be presented tonight by Ms. Teresa Maza. So please come forward.
Good evening. Thank you for having me for the 5th year in a row. I'm here on behalf of Lexipol to present Gardena PD with our gold standard. So what that means to Lexipol is that they stay on top of policy and training. And to kind of put it in perspective, we have 4,800 clients roughly, and only 861 have achieved gold. We have 291 that have achieved silver and 374 that have achieved bronze. But the captain has, the deputy chief, hopefully soon to be chief, has always made this a priority. And we appreciate it, his dedication. I've worked with him for several years. And they asked me tonight, do I have anybody else that has achieved this in 5 years? And honestly, I don't. And I've overseen a lot of agencies here in California. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. And here's your plaque.
Okay, thank you. Wow.
Thank you. Thank you, Teresa, for always coming here and doing this. Madam Mayor, members of council, on our 5th anniversary of getting this award, I want to bring us back about 10 years when we transitioned from our own policy and procedure manual to Lexipol. And then Lieutenant Safel had the arduous task of putting it together. So we had one policy procedure. He had to go in and separate. He had to take the Lexipol policies and create it for our own agency content. So we owe him a great deal of gratitude for having the Lexipol policies that we have today. So he deserves a round of applause.
All right.
So in addition to that, in 2024, we processed roughly about 40 policies with best practices, legislative changes, and agency content. And of that, we also had roughly around 200 daily training bulletins that our officers got through. So I'm very proud of them. I'm proud of the work they've done. And to get our 6th award, I've assigned Lieutenant Hassel with doing the Lexipol, and we're already poised and well on our way of getting our 6th award.
Okay.
So thank you.
All right, thank you. That's awesome. Okay. All right, next we have item number 5B, our Gardena events video. While we're getting that, are we ready or? Oh, okay, let's go ahead. Okay, very nice. Thank you. Before we go to our next presentation here, I want to do some quick housekeeping here. So tonight, if you'd like to participate in this meeting, you can participate via the following ways. You can view our meeting live on Spectrum Channel 22 or online at youtube.com/City of Gardena. The second way you can participate is prior to the meeting, you can email our Deputy City Clerk at publiccomments@cityofgardena.org by 5 p.m. on the day of the meeting and write public comments in the subject line. And the third way is you can attend our meeting in person. For public comments, the City Council will hear from the public on any item on the agenda or any item of interest that is not on the agenda at the following times. If it is an agenda item, at the time the City Council considers the item or during oral communications. If it's a non-agenda item, it will be during oral communications. And if it's a public hearing, at the time of the public hearing is listed on the agenda. If you wish to address the council, please complete a speaker request form, looks like this, and present it to the city clerk or sergeant at arms. Can you raise your hand? You will be called to the podium by name when it's your turn to address the city council. The city council cannot legally take any action on any item not scheduled on the agenda, and such items may be referred for administrative action or scheduled on a future agenda. Members of the public wishing to address the city council will be given 3 minutes to speak. We also have standards of behavior that promote civility at all public meetings. We treat everyone courteously. We listen to others respectfully, and we exercise self-control. We give open-minded considerations to all viewpoints, and we focus on the issues and we avoid personalizing debate. And we embrace respectful disagreement and dissent as democratic rights, inherent components of an inclusive public process and tools for foregoing sound decisions. So we'd like to just thank you in advance for your attendance as well as your cooperation. So next we have a couple of proclamations. The first one here is the Older Americans Month, which is May of 2025. It reads as follows. Every May, the nation celebrates Older Americans Month, and Gardena is fortunate to have countless older Americans who enrich and strengthen our community. And the City of Gardena is committed to engaging and supporting older adults, their families, and caregivers. We acknowledge that communities benefit when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds are welcomed, included, and supported through their wealth of life experience and wisdom. Older adults guide our younger generations and carry forward abundant cultural and historical knowledge. The theme for 2025 is Flip the Script on Aging, which focuses on transforming how societies perceives, talks about, and approaches aging. It encourages individuals and communities to challenge stereotypes and dispel misconceptions. Older adults continue to be the pillar of Gardena, which is why it is important that we explore the many ways that they can remain and be involved in our community. The City of Gardena can work to build an even better community for older residents by planning programs that encourages independence, ensuring activities are responsive to individual needs and preferences, and increasing access to service that supports aging in place. By engaging and supporting all community members, we recognize that older adults play a key role in the vitality of our neighborhoods, networks, and lives. Connecting with others is one of the most important foundations of community. So at this time, we proclaim May 2025 to be Older Americans Month in our city and encourage every resident to take the time this month to recognize and honor the City of Gardena's older adults and their immense influence and contributions on every facet of American society. To help build an inclusive society and join efforts to support older Americans' choices about how they age in their communities. We also have a proclamation for the Asian American Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Give me one moment here. Oops, don't have it here. One second here. Can I have the proclamation? I'll take the proclamation. Never mind, I found something here. Okay, May 2025. Americans who trace their ancestry to Asia and Pacific Islands have contributed much to our city, our state, and our nation. According to 2024 U.S. Census data, the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders communities comprised of over 24% of the City of Gardena's population. To honor and celebrate their achievements and contributions that generations of Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders have made to American history, society, and culture. Congress, by Public Law 102-450, permanently designated the month of May each year as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. Their values and commitment to family and community have helped shape and strengthen America. These citizens speak many languages, honor countless traditions, and practice different faiths, but they are bound by a shared commitment to freedom and liberty. So at this time, we proclaim May 2025 to be Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the city of Gardena, and call upon all residents to recognize the significant cultural, economic, leadership, and empowerment impact of the citizens of Asian America, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander heritage on this nation and state, and the vital role that they have played in shaping the cultural diversity of this community. We also have a proclamation here for the 56th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week. This reads as follows, as our clerk comes to the front here. Let's see. Here we go. This is better. Let's see. Whereas the office of the municipal clerk is a time-honored and vital part of local governments throughout the world, and it's the oldest among public servants. And whereas the office of the municipal clerk provides the professional link between citizens, local governing bodies, and agencies of government at all levels. And whereas municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. And whereas the office of the municipal clerk serves as the information center of the functions of local government and the community. Whereas municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the municipal clerks through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and annual meetings of their state, province, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the municipal clerks. So at this time, we proclaim May 4th through May 10th to be the 56th Annual Municipal Clerks Week in the city of Gardena, and further extend appreciation to Gardena's municipal clerk, Ms. Mina Semenza, and to all municipal clerks for their vital services, their deputies and staff that they perform, and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. Madam City Clerk, would you like to say anything?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Honorable City Council. I really appreciate this, and the staff really appreciates it as well. This recognition is well-deserved for my staff. I just want to say that this is, as you know, a nationally celebrated occasion, and we celebrated in high style and invited everybody, and we made something that I'd never heard of, acai bowls. I said it right. And Catherine was the brainchild behind this. Anyway, they worked hard and everybody came and they enjoyed it. It was really fun and great day. And thank you very much again.
Okay, thank you. Let's give her a round of applause for the great job that she does. Okay, we have another proclamation, and this here is for Public Works Week. Alan, make your way to the front, please. I'm sorry, Director Rigg, my apologies. Okay, so whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Gardena. And whereas these infrastructures, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees of all levels of government at the private sector, and who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste system, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is the public's interest for Gardena citizens and civic leaders to gain knowledge of and to maintain a progressive interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. Whereas the year 2025 marks the 65th Annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works and Canadian Public Works Association. So at this time, we proclaim May 18th through May 2024 of 2025 to be National Public Works Week in the city of Gardena, and call upon all citizens and civic organizations to join in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protect our national health, safety, and quality of life, which so appropriately reflects the 2025 theme, which is people, purpose, and presence. Director Rigg.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you for the proclamation and the kudos. I'm very proud of our department. We have many hardworking professionals who every day come and clean the city, build the infrastructure, and keep things as good as possible. We are in the middle of what we've talked about before, which is the largest capital improvement program in the City of Gardena's history. I urge you to come by and take a look at our progress on the Aquatic and Senior Center. Today, they did the first kind of final touches on the facility where they, and it's little, but it was exciting, is it on the coping of the pool. On the inside, they put the tiles that designate the depth of the water, the 5 foot, the 3 foot. Finally, something really starts to look finished. And we went upstairs a couple days ago, and it's a big building, and it's impressive. And as soon as we can make it safe for you to come tour the facility, we'd love to have you over there. The other project, which I'm sure you've seen, is Artesia. Artesia, we're redoing Artesia within the city limits from Western to Vermont. The median, all the street lights, it's gonna be a wonderful project. It's gonna be lengthy, 4 or 5 months, but it'll be good as it goes along. We have, of course, tonight, you're gonna award the local streets project, which is a huge amount of our local streets. They're gonna be redone. And then next year, we'll follow these projects up with Massafukai, as well as we're gonna redo Redondo Beach Boulevard from city limit to city limit. So there's, I think in total, that's about $55 million of projects, and things seem to be going very well. We appreciate your support with the finances, and please let us know if we can do any of these projects better, and we thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Let's give him a big round of applause. Okay, so next we have another proclamation. It's for the Cinco de Mayo Celebration Day. And if the Cinco de Mayo Committee could please come forward as I read this proclamation. It reads as follows. Whereas from the time the New World was colonized, all the nations of Europe shipped enormous amounts of gold and silver across the Atlantic from Mexico during the time the country was ruled by Spain. And whereas when the people of Mexico rebelled against Spain and formed an independent government, all the European nations, anticipating that this independence would fall, facilitated huge financial loans to the Mexican government, hoping to collect much more in return, making Mexico become heavily indebted financially to Spain, Great Britain, and France. Whereas when both Spain and Great Britain threatened to invade Mexico, the French took advantage of this opportunity to expand their empire under Napoleon III. And in 1862, began advancing its armed forces from Veracruz into the state of Puebla with the intention of capturing its capital. The city of Puebla, however, the people of Puebla, under the leadership of General Ignacio Zaragoza, were ready to fight. And as a French troop began their attack on the city of Puebla on May 5th, the Mexican soldiers accomplished their first defeat of the French. And whereas the eventual independence of the Mexican people really began with the Battle of Puebla, thus being Cinco de Mayo remains a landmark date in the history of Mexico. So at this time, we proclaim Monday, May 5th, 2025, to be the 39th annual Cinco de Mayo Celebration Day in the city of Gardena, and further urge the entire citizenry to be aware of this special celebration and to encourage participation in the community's parade and festive activities planned to memorialize this significant historical and cultural event. Cinco de Mayo Committee, would you like to say anything?
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and also City Council. We're very thankful for the acknowledgement of our Cinco de Mayo. As an aside, at the city of Puebla, it was a little over 100 soldiers, Mexican soldiers, that defeated 1,500 French. And ironically enough, the Cinco de Mayo is not celebrated in Mexico. It's only celebrated in the city of Puebla. And we celebrate it here in the United States because it's a good way to get drunk. Anyway.
He's kidding.
Of course I'm kidding. And I'd also like to introduce the Cinco de Mayo Committee. This is Esther Trujillo and Miranda Monteverde. Melinda, I'm sorry. And she is our social media person, and also the chair, Ms. Susana Medina. She joined the Cinco de Mayo Committee 29 years ago and changed it from a beauty contest which our mayor was one of the beauty contest queens. And she changed it from a beauty contest to a scholarship contest, because not every girl has the attributes, but they all have a mind. And the whole premise of Susanna doing that is when she was a young lady graduating from Dominguez High School, she had 5 four-year scholarships, full scholarships. And her dad told her that if she went to school, she wouldn't be his daughter. So she didn't go to school, but she managed to get a double master's in accounting and as an analyst at the University of UCLA, and found a $100 million error to her benefit. Not to her benefit, but I mean, at UCLA, I'm sorry. So I'd like to thank the City Council for acknowledging us, and we'd like to say that the original parade for Cinco de Mayo was from Vermont to the Harbor Freeway, and that was led by Maria Fernandez, George Castro, and Anna Ramirez. And when Don Deere got involved, the parade changed from there to Vermont and Gardena Boulevard to Mos Fukai Park, and we're very proud of the fact that we're about to, God permitting, celebrate the 40th anniversary of the parade. And I'd like to thank the city of Gardena and our mayor and our city council for this proclamation.
All right. Thank you guys. You guys do a great job every year. And the parade was a huge success, so job well done. Okay, so next we're going to move on to appointments here. Tonight, do we have any appointments to any commissions, committees, councils, boards? I have an appointment tonight. I would like to appoint Paul Giuliano to the Gardena Economic Business Advisory Commission, also known as GBAC. So I am making the motion. I hope I can get a second. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by myself and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Serta,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
Councilmember Love.
Yes.
Okay, congratulations. At this time, Paul, you will be sworn in by our city clerk, and then if you'd like to say anything afterwards, you can.
This way? Perfect.
We're going to face each other, make sure that they can hear you. And raise your right hand. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Paul Giuliano, do solemnly affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Thanks so
you.
much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And I just need you to step over here and sign a document.
Well, that was more official than I was planning. Madam Mayor, I am honored by this appointment, and I look forward to faithfully serving the commission any way I can.
Okay.
Appreciate the appointment.
Okay, well, thank you. And before you guys clap for him, because I went through this so quickly, I didn't get a chance to say, Paul Giuliano, who everybody knows Giuliano's in the city of Gardena, their family has been such an intricate part of who Gardena even is. And so we thought it would be just really befitting just to appoint him to this position. You guys have done so much in, contributing to our city. We love your locations, and thank you for, once again, deciding to reach out and work with the city here in this commission position. So
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
thank you, and thank you for accepting this appointment here and for being sworn in, and let's give him a big round of applause. Okay. Okay, so next we have our consent calendar. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public who requested to speak on the consent calendar?
No, we do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. That being said, does any member of the council have any items they would like to discuss separately?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Yes, which item?
Item 8I.
Okay. Okay. That it? Okay. Okay, if there's no other items to discuss separately, can we get a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item number 8I?
I move that.
Okay. Okay. Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by Councilmember Henderson and a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Love, Councilmember Paulette Francis,
Yes.
and Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, item number 8A. I'm sorry, 8I, I'm sorry. 8I, thank you. Testing you guys. Go ahead, you had a question?
Question is, the resolution says adopting a list of projects for fiscal year 2025, 2028, 2026, funded by SB1. I couldn't find the list. I didn't, and when a list of projects, I thought it would say, this, but I couldn't find the list. Was it somewhere else, maybe?
That's a good question, Councilmember Francis. What we do is when we do the list for the SB1, we reference our pavement management plan. And so what we do is based on the amount of money we get, we'll accomplish the amount of streets that we can within the pavement management plan. So it is specifically left open and flexible so that we can match the money with the project. So, and that's acceptable as far as how we reference that list. So that's the way we've done it each year, so that as we come up and we actually budget this next year, we'll use those funds for the pavement management plan.
So there's no list. The only reason I asked about it, because it says, the resolution says adopting a list of projects, and I've seen this before, and there usually is some type of abbreviated list or something that says you're going to do this here, this there, but I just didn't see it. So you're saying that it's okay to do it this way, even though it says adopting a list, it's okay not to have the list? Is that how we're doing it?
Yes, it's okay, and the list is within the pavement management plan. So there is a list of the next streets that we'll accomplish with the funds, and that's within the pavement management plan, but we don't know how few or how many of those streets we'll be able to do. So the list is left, I don't want to say vague, but we leave it open so that we can do it that way. And yes, that is acceptable when we do that each year.
Okay, so there is a list
Yes,
that exists in the payment plan.
yes,
However, it's not necessary for it to be a part of this resolution. Is that correct? That's what
Correct.
you're telling me?
absolutely.
Really? Could perhaps next time, I mean, because, maybe it's just a first grade teacher in me, but if you tell me there's a list, I got to have a list. So perhaps next time, could you, or if possible, could you give me a copy of the list so I can just see what you're talking about?
Yes,
All right.
okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Welcome.
I have a question.
Okay, Councilmember Love.
I'm kind of piggybacking on what Councilwoman Francis said, as I also looked and didn't see a list. Is there a reason why it wasn't referenced that the list was based on the improvement? What did you just call it? Where did you say you could find the list at?
It's within the pavement management plan. Next year, if you think it would be clear for us to be more specific and where that list is contained, we can absolutely put that reference within the resolution.
Yeah, I think that would be better considering if the public did want to look at this, they would have a reference to know what list, because I was also concerned about where's the list, and there is no list. And so moving forward, I'm in agreement with Councilwoman Francis that the list, if the list is predicated on another list, that list be referenced in the notes on the agenda item.
We'll make it clear next time.
You had another question?
Yeah, so
Okay,
is it
Council,
okay?
okay, Councilmember Francis.
Sorry,
Okay,
I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead. Pardon me, Madam Mayor.
okay.
Thank you so much. So, well, since it says there's a list, and since there isn't a list, is it okay to adopt the resolution as is?
It is, council member, because it does state the location, various locations within maintenance zone 5 and 6, and that's sufficient in order for the resolution to be adopted tonight.
Right. And I'll call you, because I'm getting ready, summer's coming for me, summer vacations, so I have lots of time, so I'll call you, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, that being said, can I get a motion to approve item number 8I?
So moved.
Okay, we're going to go with Madam City Clerk, we're going to go with the motion by Mayor Pro Tem for 8I and seconded by Councilmember Francis. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Love.
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, so next we have Planning and Environmental Quality Commission action sheet. So item number 10A, the April 15th, 2025 meeting was canceled. The item number 10B, May 6, 2025 meeting, there was a CUP 1-25, the environmental assessment 1-25. The Planning Commission reviewed a request for a conditional use permit per section 18.32.030.b of the Gardena Municipal Code to operate an indoor batting cage with an existing 5,677 square foot warehouse located in the industrial M1 zone. The request also seeks approval to count street parking toward the facilities, unrequired parking per section 18.40.080.b.3 of the Gardena Municipal Code. The project location, now,
I was going to ask you about that.
well, I was going to state this here. So I'm getting ready to mention this. So the project location, it states on here 18008 Halldale, but this was put on here incorrectly. The correct address should be 13008 Halldale Avenue. Now, it is referenced on all the other items that we have. And Madam City Attorney, were all the council members contacted to let them know that the address was wrong?
They were all notified.
Okay, and so we want to make sure that the public knows that the correct address is 13008 Halldale. So it was a difference of an 8 versus a 3. The project applicant is Peter Gergis from Maximize Athletic Performance. The commission approved the resolution, resolution number PC 6-25 by a vote of 5-0, and approving the CUP 1-25 and directed staff to file a notice of exemption. So the council can receive and file or call for review. Now, Councilmember Francis, you had a question.
Yes, I was concerned about this, not only with the address, which you made reference to, but also I have a problem with the street parking. I took a ride over there, and I'm a bit concerned about the number of parking spaces that are available
Okay.
for this particular project. It's going to be like a batting cage, and I guess sometimes there might be adequate parking.
Okay.
But, I'm concerned that if it becomes really popular, as I hope that any business would thrive,
Okay.
but particularly this particular business, that we may have a concern about parking. And I know we have counted street parking as for warehouses and so forth, but I'm concerned there's not enough really street. I'm trying to figure out how did you count the street parking?
So you'd like to call for review?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there a second on the call for review? Okay. Madam City Clerk, Councilmember Francis called for review, and it was seconded by Councilmember Love.
Okay.
Francis. Okay, and that item will come back before us, and the clerk will make sure you fill out the paperwork for it.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, next item is item number 10C for the May 6th meeting. This was a zone text amendment 1-25, ordinance number 1883. The Planning Commission considered a recommendation to the City Council on the adoption of ordinance number 1883, amending the Gardena Municipal Code Chapter 18.13 relating to accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. The project location is citywide, and the application is for the city of Gardena. The Planning Commission approved resolution number PC 7-25 by a 4-1 vote approving zone text amendment 1-25, recommending that the city council adopt ordinance number 1883. So there's no need for the council to take any action on this because the item will come back before us at the next meeting on May 27th of 2025. The last thing by the Planning Commission was the May 6th meeting. There was a zone text amendment 2-25, ordinance number 1884. The Planning Commission considered a recommendation to the City Council on the adoption of ordinance number 1884, amending Gardena Municipal Code, Chapter 18.12 and 18.76 of Title 18. Zoning Code of the Gardena Municipal Code, Chapter 17.08 of Title 17. Subdivision to implement state laws relating to housing. The location is citywide, and the applicant is the City of Gardena. The Planning Commission approved the resolution number PC 7-25 by a 4-1 vote, approving zone text amendment 2-25, recommending that the City Council adopt ordinance number 1884. No action is needed because this item will come back before us again on the May 27, 2025 meeting. With that being said, we're moving on to oral communications. Tonight we have 2 speakers. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody else?
No, we do not, Madam
Madam
Mayor.
Did we receive any since the last meeting?
No, nothing came in.
Okay, thank you. So tonight we have Travis Hernandez and Chandler Weber. You guys can please come forward. Just want to remind you guys, you do have 3 minutes to speak. And when the yellow light comes on, it will let you know that your 2 minutes are up. And then you can come forward now. And when the red light comes on, that lets you know that your 3 minutes are up. So we're going to begin with Travis Hernandez. Okay, then in that case, we're going to go with Chandler Weber. Okay, he's not here, so we are done with oral communications. So next we have our departmental items here. We're going to begin with item number 13A. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 13A is a public hearing, consideration of the proposed 51st year CDBG annual action plan for fiscal year 25-26. 25-26 action plan proposes to allocate the $616,463 of new CDBG funds to the following program activities to be implemented July 1st, 2025 to June 30, 2026. CDBG admin, $123,292. Fair housing services at $20,000. Youth and family services, $72,469, and then residential rehab program of $400,702 for a grand total of $616,463. Should the council elect to provide staff with an alternative direction, a substantial amendment will be prepared and presented for City Council's approval. Financial impact, $616,463 of CDBG funds, no general fund. What's required is to open a public hearing, receive testimony from the public, and allow 3 minutes for each speaker, and close the public hearing, and then approve the annual action plan for fiscal year 25-26 are presented, or as may be amended by the City Council action.
Okay. So do you have a presentation tonight before we open the public hearing?
There's no presentation prepared, but staff is here to answer any questions. This is nearly identical to last year's program.
Okay. Okay, well, that being said, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. So at this time, it's now open. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, no, we do not.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments at this time? Okay, let's start with Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question I have in regards to, because it was an old application, but now that we have a new administration, has TPA given us any indication that we may need to change some of the language moving forward for submittal for CDBG grant?
TPA?
Townsend, our public affairs.
So we're an entitlement city, so this is based on census tracts, population, and so it's formula driven, so we get an amount that's calculated by HUD every year. We don't have to make a special request or anything.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Councilmember Henderson, I think your question is more with regards to the current executive orders from the administration.
Yeah, I wasn't going to go there deep. I was just going to leave it at that for the education.
At this time, we have not received anything from the administration.
Thank you.
Oh. We do know that we were given our allocation this year. We don't know what's going to happen in future years, but we do know that we were given our allocation for this upcoming fiscal year.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments?
Just had a quick
You have
question,
comment?
Madam
Okay, Councilmember Francis?
Yes, under the AP annual goals and objectives, it said Goal 1 Program Administration, and it says Goal Outcome Indicator. It says NA, non-applicable, but it says all the others have some type of notes. So I was wondering, is there some evaluation of goals for program administration? Or, I mean, was it successful, or the way you ran the program, did it work, or anything? It's on.
Yeah, so your question is if there's a goal to expend
There's
the
goal.
administrative funds.
Goal outcome indicators. There's no goal outcome or.
Are we graded on how we use our admin
No.
funds? Yeah, there's no goals to reach on admin funds. It's a 20% allotment that we're able to use to administer the programs within CDBG. And those programs would be our housing rehabilitation, our fair housing, and our youth services. But administration isn't a program that we run through CDBG. It just allows us to pay either staff salaries or consultants' fees in order to administer the programs. But we're not performance goal driven for that. It's just a way that we can fund staff and our contracted consultants to implement the programs.
Is there any type, I mean, even though it may not be required, do you kind of in-house do some type of evaluation where not, the administration was successful, or we could have done this better, or we could have delivered on this issue or this item better, we could have done this better? None of that. And even though it may not be required here, I'm asking the wrong question. I'm out of.
Councilmember Francis, I think your question is there a matrix or a metric that measures success on the CDBG admin portion? Is that correct? So every year, CDBG comes down and assesses the viability and the success of the program based on what the city has done, rehab, et cetera, et cetera. So CDBG itself assesses the city's admin portion of the program.
But we don't see it.
We don't see it, but CDBG does. So
Housing and Urban Development
HUD is.
oversees that. So if we're not meeting our timeliness drawdowns, if we're not expending our funds correctly, then they would question, what are you using your admin funds if you're not meeting your timeliness drawdowns? What if you're not completing your programs, what are you using admin funds for?
Okay.
So it all has to correlate with HUD for them to reimburse us the funds.
Yeah, so the goal 1 here, there's no outcome indicators, even though there are outcome indicators, but you don't have to write it here, so that's why.
Okay.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, that's not standard. We could add it if you like. I don't know if HUD would reject it, or I guess they wouldn't mind. I don't know.
I mean, maybe something else, so we would see, successful, because I think we funded there was like 6 projects or something.
Do you recall a few years ago, before Director Sujiuchi's time and before him taking over the program, do you recall there were a number of findings that were issued by HUD against the city? And then
Yes, I do.
that is one of the examples of the metric that we use to determine the viability and the success of the program. So
As well, almost all funding.
yeah, so with those, we take the findings from HUD, and then we implement changes, and then we correct them.
Yeah.
But this particular case, Director Sujiuchi has done a great job in his department administering CDBG, so we don't have any findings.
No, okay. I
So
was just
very much
curious,
like a financial audit, we get findings if we are not meeting standard.
Yeah, I was just curious because all the other indicators, goals, all had some kind of little description, and there was nothing. It was just NA, but that's why. That's the reason I asked. I thought maybe. All right.
Okay. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So because Madam City Attorney did spark it, but I wasn't going to go there. So have we started to have discussions in the group with all the other entitlement cities and CDBG administrators if HUD changes how we do things moving forward, are discussions now starting to be garnered around, does general fund then now take over this work, or are we just gonna wait till we get to the foot of that bridge, or we just stop this work if HUD says we want to do something different?
I think that would have to be a discussion, whether or not the city would like to continue, doing residential rehabilitations with general fund dollars, providing fair housing resources. Any CDBG program, if the funding is eliminated, that would have to come to the council to decide whether, you wanted to continue with these specific programs using another funding source. And at this time, I think what's available would be general funds. I don't know of any other grants that could apply to that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. You have a question, Councilmember Love?
Didn't we just bring back this program, the home repair program?
Yeah, we started it back last year, and we're going to continue it as long as we have CDBG funds. It's a very popular program. We actually have a long waiting list. I think we have 16 accomplishments so far, or at least 20. So it's a very sought-after program, but it's all dependent upon the administration continuing funding CDBG. I know other HUD funded programs were cut from the budget, but CDBG was not this year. We were actually surprised that we were given this year's upcoming year's allotment.
Thank you.
I have one question. So we're talking about the administration here. So we received our funds for this year. Can it be taken before the year's up, or now that we have it in our possession, we're safe? I mean, they can't pull it back, can they?
Congress, I guess it is approved by Congress, so I guess take an act of Congress to take it back.
Okay, I got you. We interpret and spend it. Okay, got it. Okay, if there are no other questions then, you have a question? Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, yeah, because we've been talking about this at the COG. LASA is still in your document, but La Casa is coming in for the Prop A monies. So is that going to change anything, or is that just going to continue?
If we have to change because an organization changed, would that take a substantial amendment to make a change? No. You can comment on that.
Good evening. So the action plan currently is in the draft form. So before we actually submit it to HUD, we're waiting for the final allocations to be announced by HUD, which is anticipated to be May 15th, which is just a day or two away. And so any other additional changes will be made before we submit to HUD. I understand that currently LASA, with the changes, we can definitely make that change prior to the final submission. It would not trigger a substantial amendment or a need to make revisions unless any other type of change would trigger a substantial amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. So if there are no other questions then, this time we're going to go ahead and close the hearing. And if I can get a motion to approve the annual action plan for fiscal year 2025 through 2026 as presented, and to authorize the city manager to execute all related documents.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, a motion is made by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka and a second by Councilmember Francis. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Love.
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is item number 15A. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 15A is a public hearing, introduction of ordinance number 1881, adopting military equipment use policy for the City of Gardena, California, governing the use of military equipment pursuant to Assembly Bill 481. On September 30th, 2021, Governor Newsom signed into law Assembly Bill 481, which requires law enforcement agencies to obtain approval from the applicable governing body via adoption of a military equipment use policy by ordinance prior to the law enforcement agency funding, acquiring, or using equipment deemed military equipment as defined in AB 481. Items deemed as to be military equipment by AB 481 are used as a component of overall best practices for law enforcement agencies throughout the country. These tools have been tested in the field and are now used by law enforcement agencies to enhance public and officer safety. None of the equipment in Gardena PD's inventory has been obtained from the military, nor is it solely designed for military use. Gardena PD's military equipment use policy, Policy 706, was approved by the City Council in 2024. The adopted proposed policy includes updated quantities for projectiles, hand-thrown gas, and ammunition utilized for training purposes. The proposed ordinance is in compliance with AB 481 and is necessary to adopt in order to approve Policy 706, which constitutes Gardena PD's updated military use policy. As required by AB 481, the draft policy was posted on Gardena PD's website on April 1st, 2025, more than 30 days prior to the introduction of the ordinance. Gardena PD also published the 2024 annual report and held a community engagement session on April 23rd, 2025 regarding the 2024 annual report. The proposed policy, 706, safeguards the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. Policy 706 ensures that there are safeguards, including transparency, oversight, and accountability measures in place. Gardena PD seeks council adoption of the Military Equipment Use Policy 706 to allow GPD to continue to use the vital equipment specified and allow neighboring police agencies to use military equipment in this jurisdiction when providing mutual aid during exigent circumstances. There is no financial impact associated with introducing the ordinance. What's required tonight is to conduct a public hearing, allow 3 minutes for each speaker, and introduce ordinance number 1881.
Okay, thank you. Lieutenant Cuff, do you have a presentation for us?
I do.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. We're back here again for the 2024 AB 481 presentation. For those that don't know me, my name is Lieutenant Chris Cuff with the Gardena Police Department, and I'm here to present the 2024 annual report for Assembly Bill 481. In May of 2022, and every year thereafter, the Gardena City Council adopted a city ordinance and a department policy regarding AB 481, which is called or deemed military equipment. Tonight's presentation will provide an overview of this legislation, the equipment the Gardena Police Department possesses in relation to this bill, and how the equipment was utilized last year. Let me begin by providing some background and context on what Assembly Bill 481 entails. On January 1st, 2022, AB 481 took effect. AB 481 requires every law enforcement agency's governing body, and in our case, it's the City Council, to adopt a city ordinance incorporating an approved military equipment use policy. As such, the Gardena Police Department's military use policy consists of a complete inventory of the equipment possessed by the Gardena Police Department and sets forth policies and future acquisitions. It establishes a clear and timely way for citizens to lodge complaints as well report uses of the equipment through the publication of our annual report. In short, AB 41 requires approval of the City Council. If the military equipment policy is not adopted within 100 days of the publication, and the use of and purchase of military equipment is prohibited until a policy is adopted. Okay. The legislation aims to increase the transparency and accountability for the acquisition and use of military equipment as defined by the law. It also enhances and provides safeguards to protect the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and liberties. AB 41 not only requires a police department to create a policy inventorying and publishing all of the equipment it possesses, but it also requires community engagement and feedback. This annual report also includes details on when and how the equipment is used, the associated maintenance, the usage cost, and any of the internal audits for the inventory. This report will be submitted to the City Council annually. It's published publicly and is presented at a well-publicized community meeting. So let me take a moment to discuss the efforts we make in developing what I believe is a comprehensive and a pretty progressive policy. As we're putting the policy together every year, we consult with our city attorney. We review outside agency policies, so from some of our local law enforcement partners, including El Segundo, Culver City, Anaheim. We looked at Long Beach as well as Hawthorne's. We do a comprehensive inventory of our equipment. We seek input from the public, more specifically the Chiefs Advisory Panel. We post a draft policy we post a draft policy, and it's been on our department's website, went up on April 1st. We did a notice of public hearing. We advertised in the Gardena Valley News, as well as on our department's social media, both Instagram and Facebook. We talk about it and advertise it at all of the neighborhood watch meetings, word of mouth advertising as well, and on our department's website. And so we do a pretty comprehensive job of getting the information out to the people, to the residents of our community, so that they are aware of what we have and have the ability to show up to our public meeting. And then we also, a part of the process also is a review and a revision of any associated policies. And in this case, the First Amendment Assembly's policy was amended. So military equipment defined. So before I proceed, I'd like to detail specifically what is military equipment. This has typically been a point of confusion and contention when it comes to understanding what the law actually requires. Military equipment as defined in AB 41 does not mean that the equipment that the Gardena Police Department has been received from the military, and that the equipment isn't solely used for military use. It's essential to note that the Gardena Police Department does not possess any piece of equipment as defined by the military equipment policy, nor do we have any equipment from the Department of Defense 1033 program. And again, we have no equipment that is designed specifically for military use. It's also important to note that law enforcement agencies across the state interpret the AB 41 law differently, especially when it comes to the types of equipment that have to be included in the policy. And so for us to promote transparency, our agency has taken a very broad approach to include all of the equipment that could reasonably fall under the policy's requirements. What I'd like to do now is cover briefly some of the categories of what is considered military equipment. So you have unmanned, remotely piloted, powered aerial or ground vehicles, and so those would be drones. Mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicles, MRAPs or armored vehicles. High mobility, multi-purpose wheeled vehicles, we have none of these. Tracked armored vehicles that provide ballistic protection to occupants, we have no tracked vehicles. Command and control vehicles that are either built or modified to facilitate the operational control and direction of public safety units. That would be any kind of trailer, or in our case, our RV that is used as the command post. Any weaponized aircraft, vessels, or vehicles of any kind. We have no aircraft and we have no vessels. There's no Navy here. Battering rams, slugs, breaching apparatuses, anything that's explosive in nature, firearms or ammunitions of 50 caliber or greater, specialized firearms that are of 50 caliber or greater, or anything that would fall under the definition of an assault weapon, any firearm or firearm accessory that is designed to launch an explosive projectile, noise flash diversionary devices, explosive breaching tools, munitions that contain tear gas, OC, excluding standard service-issued pepper spray. Tasers, shockwave, microwave weapons, water cannons, long-range acoustic devices or LRADs, kinetic energy weapons and munitions, or really any other piece of equipment that the City Council would deem that would require additional oversight. Again, MRAPs are Bearcat, which is an armored vehicle, the command and control vehicles, battering rams, slugs, apparatuses. These are all things that we do have except for the MRAP. And these are here just another example of some of the types of firearms that we possess that fall within that category. So an MP5, M4, M16, Remington 700 bolt-action rifle, and the AR-10. As you know, our police department often works closely with regional law enforcement partners, or at least with our regional law enforcement partners. We do that to prepare to be able to respond to critical incidents and/or tactical operations. So if you ask the question, why do we need this equipment? Well, for starters, we're a progressive, modern-day, full-service law enforcement agency, and all of the tools that we have that fall within the policy are standard equipment. They provide less than lethal and de-escalation options for our agency. They provide strategic and tactical advantages. They allow us to be prepared for emergencies. They're effective, they're efficient, and can be workforce multipliers. And they allow us to be able to respond to critical incidents. An example of a critical incident where we would have used some of this equipment would be a few years ago where we had the 30-hour standoff. And we went through and used a lot of this equipment, as well as the law enforcement partners that came and helped us. And so the need and the use for this equipment is absolutely necessary. And so in 2024, our annual report, if you notice that live ammunition is used in controlled training environments, and many of the scenarios also involve non-lethal tools such as simulation weapons, training projectiles, and protective gear. In fact, most of the equipment that was used last year was used during training sessions. So with that, I'd like to take any questions.
Okay, so at this time, I'm going to first open the public hearing and ask the city clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, we don't.
Okay. Does any member of the, thank you. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments at this time? Anybody? If not, then, oh, okay. Oh, well, I need everybody to speak up and say something. So Councilmember Love, go first.
Quick question. I know that the administration is allowing local law enforcement to purchase military equipment. Does Gardena have any intentions on looking at the list for sale? And okay,
No, we have no intention of taking anything from the 1033 program. All of the equipment that we have is called military equipment by definition of the law, but everything that we're using is modern day equipment that every law enforcement agency uses or will continue to use, but nothing specifically from the military.
yeah, I was speaking about this latest, him arming some of the local police departments to, act as military in certain situations. And so just kind of curious as to if Gardena had any plans or thoughts on.
Fortunately, we are not in that position, and no.
Thank you. That's good news to hear.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Francis.
I just have one quick question. So according to Senate Bill 481, this is the annual process. So annually, you come and give a presentation about the type of equipment Gardena Police Department has.
Correct. We're required by law to go through an entire process. This is a part of the process, and it's important because if we don't go through this process and we don't ultimately have approval from the city council, then all of the equipment that is listed, which is a substantial amount of equipment that we use, the agency would fall out of compliance and not have the ability to use that. So this is something we'll do every single year.
In terms of equipment, is there a training piece that goes along with some of this?
So every piece of equipment we have, there is training attached to, it really depends on what the equipment is. So if it's a firearm, that would be our firearms training. If it's the drone, that would be any of the training that our drone team uses. If it's a robot, the same thing. And so depending on the specific piece of equipment, then the training procedures, or at least our training for those individual pieces of equipment, they vary. But none of the equipment that's within our policy is something that we don't train on or train with.
Okay, and just one more quick question about the drones. If I remember correctly, memory serves me right, when we first began to have that conversation about drones, there was some concerns about privacy.
Yeah.
Personal, your
So
right to privacy.
So the
How's that,
way in which we use our, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
I
cut
was
you off.
just asking, is that written into the policy as well, or no? You don't have to?
It is, because that is a part of the drone policy, but to answer your question specifically regarding policy, regarding the drones, our drones are used on a, not an as-needed basis, but an incident-based, our drones are used based on a specific incident. So what they're not, how we don't use the drones is for random patrol. So if there's a specific incident, then we have the ability to launch or use the drones for a specific incident, and then they're done.
But if I was at the Jazz Festival, I wouldn't expect to see drones.
It's possible, yes, because
It is
that is
possible?
a specific incident, and because of the size of that crowd, our ability to monitor the entire crowd and pinpoint certain areas of the crowd, sometimes we have used our drones at the Jazz Festival.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Lieutenant Cuff, could you remind me, because I forgot where I could see this report?
Yes.
Please.
It is on our department's website, and there is a specific tab that says AB 481.
Is there like AB 481 that, so it has a common name, so everybody doesn't understand
Yes,
what
if you
it?
were to go to the department's website, I believe it's www.guardianapd.org. If you scroll down within the website, there is a banner that specifically says AB 481 Military Equipment Policy. And when you click on that, then it will pull up the entire draft policy that was referenced in the presentation.
And it only lists equipment that we use. It does not talk about tactics or anything like that.
Correct. It's a list of the equipment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions in, we're going to go ahead and close this hearing. And let's see, where are we? And at this time, if I can get a motion to introduce ordinance number 1881. Okay, is there a second? Okay. Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by Councilmember Love and second by Councilmember Henderson. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Love? Yes. Councilmember Henderson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Mayor Serta?
Yes. Okay, and since Councilmember Love was the one to make the motion, she'll be the one introducing ordinance number 1881. Okay, next up is item number 16A. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 16A is the award construction contract for the local streets improvement 2023, 2024, and 24-25 for various locations. Job number 525 and 544 to LCR Earthwork and Engineering Corp. in the amount of $3,388,850. And additionally, award construction management and inspection services contract to Onward Engineering in the amount of $111,270. And the geotechnical engineering and soil testing consultant services contract to Terracon Consultants, Inc. in the amount of $20,000. Approve the project plans and specifications, contingencies, and declare California Environmental Quality Act or CEQA exemption. On March 26, 2024, Council approved the engineering design phase for local streets improvement 23-24 and 24-25. Job numbers 525 and 544. The street segments are primarily identified in the Pavement Management Program or PMP report and focuses on improvements within Zone 3 and 4. The scope of work includes grinding the overlay, slurry sealing, curb and gutter, sidewalk, cross gutter, adjustment of manholes and water valves to grade curb ramps, striping and signage, traffic control, water pollution control, and all other related improvements. Design was completed in February 2025, and Public Works finalized the plans and specifications, and then published the bid request in CR Planwell, Gardena Valley News, and the city website. A total of 9 bids were received on April 8, 2025. LCR Earthwork and Engineering was the lowest responsible bidder. They are licensed in the state of California and have verified records of successfully completing construction projects for various counties and municipalities in Southern California. They will be required to meet all bonding and financial standards. The project is anticipated to start construction in June 2025 and be completed in September 2025. Requests for construction management and inspection services for the project were also sent to 5 on-call consultants on March 6, 2025. Onward Engineering submitted the lowest responsible bid in the amount of $111,270. Onward has over 2 decades of experience in the construction management and inspections services for local municipalities throughout LA County with a team of qualified managers and inspectors across various disciplines. Additionally, soil testing services will be provided by Terracon Consultants, Inc. in Gardena, which is also on the city's on-call list for geotechnical engineering services. Terracon will provide soil testing as needed based on approved on-call services rates with total fees not to exceed $20,000. 15% of the construction award amount, or $508,327, will be utilized for the project contingency. Is also requested to be approved. Any unused funds will be carried over to the fiscal year 25-26 local streets improvements project. Sources of funds, job number 525-2324 budget will be SB1, $3,168,058. Job number 544, fiscal year 24-25 budget for SB1, $1.7 million. The total budget amount of $4,868,058. The expenditures, design phase expenditures and job cost, $139,730. Construction management and inspection, geotechnical soils testing services and job cost, $140,000. Construction contract award will be $3,388,850. The contingency of 15% is $508,327, with a project total of $4,176,907. What's required tonight is to award the contract, award construction management, inspection, and geotechnical soil testing services, approve plans and specifications, declare CEQA exemption, and approve the project contingency.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, do we have any questions or, I'm sorry, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments on this item here? Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. City Manager, I got a question for you, just kind of curious. When we submit our projects to CR Plan Well, Planet Bids, Gardena Valley, well, not Gardena Valley News, but those online services, do we get reports from them on how many organizations kind of viewed our project, like, viewed by, do we get a report from them on that?
We would have to generate a report which spits out number of hits and whatnot. It doesn't automatically give it to you. You
Right.
have to query it.
But that data does exist, though, right?
It should be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, okay, Councilmember Francis.
I just had a quick question. If I wanted to know whether or not my street or my particular neighborhood was going to receive a type improvement, how could I find it in this report, or should I find it? How could I find the information? Am I out of bounds on that? Because I couldn't. It's very detailed, and there's a location map. Looks like that. Okay, but there's no list of addresses. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I think Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka's answered my question for me, which is, it is difficult to understand. This is, it's 11 miles of slurry seal of streets. It's 4 miles of overlay. It's a lot of streets. And that's why we provided the index map here so people can take a look and easily just point and understand if there are streets on it.
Okay, and as the projects go forward, the residents will be notified we're going to take care of the street, or how would they know?
So the contractor is required to post no parking when we do their only notification will be when we go to do the work. There'll be flyers that'll be handed out, number one, to all the residents about the upcoming work, and then they'll also get the no parking notices so that they don't park on the street when the work occurs. But there's advance notification handed out by the contractor.
And the contractor is going to be responsible for that?
Yep.
Okay, and who acts as oversight? Are you guys going to act as oversight for the work to make sure it's done properly and as we agreed to?
Yes, we provide the overall oversight, but per this action tonight, you'd also hire Onward Engineering, who would do the day-to-day construction management inspection. So they'll have an inspector out there all the time making sure notices are handed out, the work is done correctly, cleanup is done well. So there will be somebody 24/7 with the consulting firm, making sure that everything is done 100%.
So if as a resident, I have a problem, who do I call?
Well, there will be on the notification that's handed out to the residents, the inspector's phone number will be on there. I believe also we have the city phone number, but it's primarily the inspectors out there day to day, and they're out there moving cars and helping people with their access. So it's a very hands-on type inspection role. It's to make sure that work's done right, and also that the neighborhood's accommodated as much as possible to minimize the impacts.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, with that being said, at this time, we need a motion to award the construction contract, award construction management, inspection, and geological soil testing services, as well as approve project plans and specifications, declare CEQA exemption, as well as approve the project contingency. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by Councilmember Francis and a second by Councilmember Henderson. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Love.
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Next up is item number 16B. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 16B is a public hearing for resolution number 6690, confirming the diagram and assessment contained in the engineer's report dated March 24, 2025 for the Gardena Artesia Boulevard Landscape Assessment District and ordering the levy of assessments on the same for fiscal year 2025-2026. Staff respectfully recommends that the City Council adopt resolution number 6690 subsequent to holding a hearing to consider any and all protests related to the levy of the proposed annual assessment under the Gardena Artesia Boulevard Assessment District for fiscal year 25-26. On February 11, 2025, the City Council adopted resolution number 6686, directing the city engineer to prepare and file a report according to the provisions of the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972 of the State of California Streets and Highways Code, Division 15, Part 2, for assessments to be levied upon and collected through the said assessment district. On April 8, 2025, Council adopted resolution number 6688, approving the engineer's report filed in the office of the city clerk and declaring its intention to levy and collect assessments from the said assessments district for fiscal year 25-26. The adoption of this resolution confirms the diagram and assessment contained in the engineer's report and constitutes a levy of assessments that will pay for the service and maintenance cost of landscaping and pertinent improvements within the median islands of the Artesia Boulevard between Western Avenue and Normandy Avenue. The anticipated revenue is $21,662 for fiscal year 25-26. Funding sources, assessment district funds. What's required is to conduct a public hearing, allow each speaker 3 minutes, and adopt resolution number 6690.
Okay, thank you. All right. So at this time, where are we? 16B. This is a public hearing, and Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
Do not.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments at this time? Do you have a question or comment?
Next question.
Okay, Councilmember Francis.
So, I might have missed this. When is this project, because I remember I was talking about it a long time ago, it seemed like. So when is this whole thing going to get going? Did I miss it?
So this is an annual assessment for our landscape district. This is between, it's on Artesia, between Western and Normandy Avenue. So all that median we maintain, and we assess the property owners, the parcel owners, in order to be able to assess, not assess, but in order to maintain the medians on an annual basis.
So
It's an annual thing.
we
We
make
collect and then we just do the projects
Okay, and the project's been going forward and
every year.
every year?
Yeah.
Okay, and now, does the assessment remain the same, or does it ever increase, or?
It changes every year. So the engineer's report will do the report, and then they would recommend a per parcel assessment. It could be different from the previous year. It could be the same, but I think in my experience, it's always been a little bit higher to account for CPI and any adjustments, cost adjustments. So I think it's about a little bit higher than the previous year. But it wouldn't, I mean, the whole assessment is only 21,662, so any changes would be very minimal.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Director Allen, is there anything you'd like to add to that? Okay, if not, then we're going to go ahead and close the hearing. So at this time, can I get a motion to adopt resolution number 6690?
Move it.
Is there a second? Okay, Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by Councilmember Henderson and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Councilmember Love. I'm sorry, she left. Councilmember Francis
Yes.
and Mayor Serta.
Yes. Thank you. Next up is item number 14C, Mr. City Manager. Oh, I'm
Mayor
sorry,
Serta?
16C. My apology. Thank
Mayor
you.
Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 16C is a public hearing for resolution number 6691, confirming the diagram and assessment contained in the engineer's report dated on March 24, 2025 for the Gardena Consolidated Street Lighting Assessment District and ordering the levy of assessments on the same for fiscal year 25-26. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt resolution number 6691, subsequent to holding a public hearing to consider any and all protests related to the levy of the proposed annual assessment under the Gardena Consolidated Street Lighting Assessment District for fiscal year 25-26. On February 11, 2025, Council adopted resolution number 6687, directed the city engineer to prepare and file a report according to the provisions of the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972 of the State of California Streets and Highways Code, Division 15, Part 2, for assessments to be levied upon and collected through the said assessments district. On April 8, 2025, Council adopted resolution number 6689, approving the engineer's report, filed in the Office of City Clerk and declaring its intention to levy upon and collect assessments from the said assessment district for fiscal year 25-26. The adoption of the resolution confirms the diagram and assessment contained in engineer's report and constitutes the levy of the assessment that will be paying for all energy, construction, and maintenance costs of street lighting, including safety lights that are above traffic signals. These fees are assessed and collected through the LA County Office of the Assessor and the LA County Treasurer and Tax Collector and are remitted to the city on an annual basis. The anticipated revenue for fiscal year 25-26 is $936,833.69. Funding source would be Lighting Assessment District Fund. What's required tonight is conduct a public hearing, allow each speaker 3 minutes, and adopt resolution number 6691.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so at this time, the public hearing is now open. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments? Okay. Director Rig, do you have anything to add to it? Nope. Okay, we're going to close the hearing. And at this time, can I get a motion, excuse me, to adopt resolution number 6691?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka and a second by Councilmember Francis. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Next up is item number 16D. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 16D is audit for the city's refuse hauler Waste Resources of Gardena. In July of 2022, the city entered into a 10-year agreement with refuse hauler Waste Resources of Gardena, or WRG. The agreement includes a provision that states WRG will reimburse the city for the audit on the waste hauling services for the first 18 months of service and biannually until the end of the term of the agreement. The audit was conducted by a third party, MSW Consultants, for fiscal year 2022 to December 2023. During the audit, there was a thorough review of the compliance in terms of the agreement, customer service levels, billing, fee payments, receipts, tonnage, complaint logs, compliance with mandatory commercial recycling, commercial organics recycling, and SB 1383, and verification of diversion rate. Based on the audit findings, WRG complied with key terms of the agreement, accurately billed customers, paid the correct fees to the city, reported gross receipts and tonnage to the city, logged all customer complaints, complied with AB 341, AB 1826, SB 1383, and met the city's waste diversion goals. All vehicles were firm to be less than 10 years old, and by the end of the first year, all route vehicles operated on compressed natural gas or CNG. There were no audit findings. There is no financial impact. What's required tonight is to receive and file the audit of the city's waste hauler, WRG of Waste Resources of Gardena. We want to congratulate them for passing the audit with flying colors.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, do we have any questions from the group? I mean, from the public? I'm sorry.
No, we do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay. It's getting late. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments? Okay. Director Rigg.
If I may, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, I just want to give kudos to WRG. As you can tell, there are so many regulations
Yes.
that regulate the waste industry, where goes the green waste, the organics, and the like. We actually have a consultant that helps us with this, which is part of the reason why we were able to get WRG in such good shape. HF&H has been wonderful. We have monthly meetings between HF&H, WRG. We go through the reports, we go through complaints, we go through things such as they audit individual trash cans to make sure that the right waste is going in the right can. We have all sorts of diversion goals that we check each month. We talk about graffiti on containers to make sure that that's taken care of, and they've really stepped up and done a phenomenal job. We have a good team going. I think it's to stay out of the sites of the state of Cal Recycle and the like is a great thing, and I was very thoroughly impressed with the results. It's an entirely independent auditor. They audited HF&H and WRG and everything, and so very happy with the results. And again, kudos to WRG for doing such a fine job.
Okay. I'm sorry, you said they audited HC&H as well, too?
HF&H.
HF&H, I'm sorry.
HF&H is integral in the operations
Right.
of making sure that WRG complies. So
Right.
when MSW comes in, it's not only an audit of what WRG is doing,
Mhm.
but also an audit of making sure that HF&H is directing them to do the right thing.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So if there were failures, it would really reflect badly on both of them because we're relying on HF&H to be our expert in the day-to-day operations, and there's a lot going on. So
Okay,
I'm very
I
happy
see.
with this.
Okay, and I had one other question, only because it was brought up here. You mentioned one of the criterias, I guess, that they were, this was based on, was the fact that their vehicles were less than 10 years old. So
Yes.
was that something originally in the contract as far as making sure that we had, or that they had fairly new equipment there? Or is 10 years old, or is that young in trash life or trash vehicles? I don't know.
10 years is a standard contract provision. When we renegotiated this contract in 2022, I think it went from 70 pages to 180. So it was, there was a lot of additional detail that was needed with all the additional bills. The problem with older waste vehicles is not only that they break down. My experience is when they get too old, they rust out, and when a trash truck goes down the street, every time they stop, you get a puddle of the liquid waste that comes out of them, and it becomes very problematic. So
Okay.
keeping these younger trucks is a typical contract provision, and it's very important to make sure that our streets stay clean and safe.
Okay, okay, one more question. So this is a little off topic here. When we look at some of the other companies that we work with as far as their equipment, do we ever ask them as well as far, or not ask them, but kind of require that? I don't know, just any of these companies that we have contracts with under your department, because a lot of them use bigger equipment that's something standard. We say, is your equipment at least 10 years or less than 10 years old?
As thinking briefly through our landscape maintenance, tree trimming, we don't dictate the means and methods with the way they get to the trimming or the maintenance. We just dictate the result. So I don't think in other contracts, I can't think of any in which we dictate the age or the type of machinery.
Okay.
It's more of a results-oriented type contract. So this is probably unusual, if not unique, within the contracts that we have, in which we dictate the age as well as the fuel for the vehicles.
I see.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
one of the reasons being is that the length of the contract. So when we're dealing with the other contracts, their term is much shorter. And so as we entered into the time period, I believe 10 years,
Yes.
we wanted to ensure, since it was a 10-year contract, that those issues about the age of the vehicle was taken into consideration.
I see. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Director Rigg, in regards to MSW auditing HF&H and WRG, let's say there was no findings with WRG, but there were findings with HF&H as far as whatever their processes were. How would that process then work? What would we do if we found out that they weren't doing things correctly?
I may have confused the issue with what I said earlier about auditing both of them. HF&H is responsible for making sure that WRG complies with the contract provisions. If there were findings, it would be a negative reflection on both WRG as well as HF&H, because we're relying on both of them to make sure that the whole contract is in compliance. So if there was a finding, let's say that we didn't have correct diversion numbers, that would be a negative reflection on WRG because they didn't comply with the contract. It'd be a negative reflection on HF&H because they didn't make sure that that didn't happen, because they are our de facto staff, our experts that are making sure on a day-to-day basis that WRG complies.
And if WRG did make let's say they ran into a discrepancy, would they report that directly to us or to HF&H? And if they got some incorrect guidance from HF&H that would create findings for WRG, everybody's still at fault? Or if they say, hey, well, we told them and they just said, keep on going?
That's a lot of variables, and I wouldn't want to answer definitively. If there was something wrong, we would look to both of them as to why it happened, because they both would have been at fault.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Councilman Francis.
I was wondering, so there's going to be an annual audit? Or
Every
is
2
this-
years.
Every 2 years?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay,
Okay,
Mayor
no,
Pro Tem.
Just a quick comment.
Tanaka.
And to what you said about giving them kudos. So I have complained twice about pickup, and it's been resolved within a day.
Good.
And I don't think you can get that anywhere. It was taken care of. And their trucks are clean. And that's another thing that's a positive, that, nothing drips out and stuff stays in the truck. So
Yeah, the one area that they've really excelled within this new contract is within the bulky item pickup. And there are two different things they do, and you may not even recognize this, but when let's say a bulky item, an illegal dump happens on the side of the road, and let's say somebody puts in Gardena Direct, well, it comes to us, and we give it to WRG, and WRG is out there typically picking up 20 illegal dumps per day, and they do that within 24 hours. So they're doing a lot of those. We do quite a few of them ourselves, but they've really excelled, and that's required by the contract. The second part regarding with the bulky items, not so much illegal dumps, is our biannual bulky item roundup, where we go through the city, and twice a year, each block, each area of the city gets the opportunity to put their bulky items out at the curb up to 3 cubic yards, and those get picked up. And I really believe that helps give the residents an outlet to get rid of the bulky items at one time and to do it the right way, as opposed to dumping them ones and twos or having them clutter their house. So those two items they've really excelled on, which I think makes the city much cleaner and takes care of those bulky items in an expeditious and efficient manner.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you.
I think, if I may add, I think what you were referring to would be something so to answer your question, MSW reports to us, the city. So I think what you're referring to is it's a more of a false negative versus a false positive, meaning if WRG failed to do something and HF&H caught it, then it would be a reflection against WRG. I think what you're referring to is if WRG does do something and HF&H fails that item, then MSW would catch that, and then they would still report it to us. So either way, if they caught something that was either not done or done by WRG or HF&H is independent, but Director Rigg is correct that 99% of the time it goes hand in hand because they do work together. But if there's a case where it was an independent issue that one was not caught and MSW catches it, they would report back to us and we would find out about it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And let's see, this is just a, I'm sorry, you had another question? No, we're not voting on this. This is just a receive and file, but thank you for being ready. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, next up is item number 16E. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, sir, the members of the City Council, agenda item 16E is the award sidewalk trip hazard removal contract for the pedestrian safety project fiscal year 24-25, job number 545 to Southern California Precision Concrete Inc. in the amount of $147,693.24 and approve 10% construction contingency and declare CEQA exemption. There are approximately 113 center miles of roads and 226 miles of sidewalk in the city, which are one of the most valuable assets of the city, and it's the city's priority to keep this infrastructure in excellent and safe condition for residents to enjoy. The purpose of this program is to be proactive in preventative sidewalk maintenance and develop a program to minimize trip hazards and falls and meet ADA compliance. The program will also reduce the need for removal and replacement of sidewalk, which is significantly more costly. In fiscal year 23-24, Southern California Precision Concrete Inc. removed 1,109 sidewalk trip hazards located within Zone 2 by cutting approximately 7,074 linear feet of lifted sidewalk. Trip hazards removed were between 5/8 inch to 2 3/4 inches and feathered back to ADA standards to create a safe walkway. The contractor is capable of shaving approximately 150 sidewalk locations per day, averaging about 15 minutes per location depending on the severity of the lift. Sidewalk uplifts exceeding 2 3/4 inches were fully replaced during the removal and replacement phase 2. The fiscal year 24-25 project will follow the same methodology. Staff recommends the city piggyback on pedestrian safety improvements 23-24 fiscal year. Sidewalk trip hazard removal contract, job number 527, as the contractor agreed to honor the same rate of $34.95 per inch foot. This recommendation aligns with Gardina's cooperative purchasing policy APP-2018-003, Section B. The city will piggyback this rate, not exceeding $147,693.24, to remove 1,434 trip hazards located in Zone 3. Now, there's a map in your report. Now, Zone 3 is east of Western, west of Vermont, south of 139, and north of Redondo Beach Boulevard. The annual pedestrian safety project budget is to be divided between the sidewalk trip hazard removal phase and the future sidewalk reconstruction phase. Sources of funds, job number 545, Measure M, $400,000. Job number 545, SB 821, $61,421. The grand total of the source of funds is $461,421. The expenditures, the sidewalk trip hazard removal phase construction award contract, $147,693.24. The 10% construction contingency is $14,769.32. The 5% job cost, which is staff admin, is $7,384.66. Sidewalk reconstruction phase budget, $291,573.78 for a grand total of $461,421. What is required tonight is to award construction contract, approve construction contingency, and declare a CEQA exemption.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments?
I do.
Okay, Councilmember Francis?
So, going with this contract, is there a timeline or a plan approach, or we just, maybe it was in here, I didn't see it. So we can say maybe by the end of this year, we'll have this much done, and we're moving on to another amount or another set of streets, or how does that work?
Sure, and that's not in, well, part of that's in the report, I believe. So within 3 months, we should have this phase done, which would be the cutting of the concrete. And then what we'll do is we'll follow that up with a separate project. So what we do, I guess I'll explain a little bit more. So a concrete sidewalk is 4 inches thick. If it's uplifted more than 2 3/4 inches, it can't be simply shaved off because it won't leave enough concrete left. So with the really bad uplifts, we have to do a replacement of the concrete. This phase of the project, within Zone 3 only, will shave those uplifted concrete panels down so that there's no longer a trip hazard. We will follow it up in Zone 3 with a program that will remove and replace those panels that are uplifted too much that can't be shaved. So that'll be done in about 3 months for the shaving, and then about another 3 months for the removal and replacement. But the good story to tell is this. So we've done zones 1, 2, and 3 in the city, and it's been very successful. We eliminate all trip hazards because somebody physically walks down the street, and sidewalks that are 70, 80 years old that have never been touched, we're taking a look at them one by one. What we'd like to do, and I know the city attorney appreciates this, is we're going to, in the next year's budget, rather than doing one zone each year for the next 3 years, we want to do all 3 zones. It would be better to go ahead, let's get rid of these trip hazards, rather than waiting a couple, 3 years, let's get rid of them all, and we will be confident that within our city, we've gone through and walked every step, every piece of sidewalk, and every uplift we've addressed. And so that's going to be a huge savings and damages and a huge benefit to the residents who won't have to fear to trip on the sidewalks. I haven't been with a city that's done this big of a program, so it's something to be proud of, and it's going to result in a beneficial quality of life for our residents. But also, very importantly, is financially, is we're not going to have the claims to be paying you. I think everybody's heard about how those types of claims are killing cities like Los Angeles and millions of dollars. We're ahead of it. We're going to do this phase. We're going to do the other 3, and then we'll have a much better, safer city.
One more quick question. I know some of the trip hazards are caused by overgrown roots of trees from perhaps not being trimmed properly or regularly. So in that situation, if it's the root that's kind of grown under the sidewalk that's causing it to lift, how do you, I mean, because just removing the cement's not going to solve that problem. Is there a plan to resolve it? There's not a lot of them, but I have seen some of them where it just lifts up, and in some cases the sidewalk just does lift up or it sinks. I guess too much rain or all kinds of things that go on. So how do we address those concerns? If it's it's caused for a tree, and here we go out and try and fix that. Does the city? I mean, who's in charge of the tree? Is the person who is on the parkland or since somebody's? I've been seeing the roots that kind of grown under the sidewalk, and it was actually from the neighbor's yard. The tree was in the neighbor's yard. One of the residents' yards, and it kind of lifted. So how do we address those kinds of things, or trees, or to benefit? I mean, because it's nice going on and redoing all the sidewalks, but if we're not fixing the cause of the problem, what do we do?
Good question. It's always a balancing act. We see lots of uplift of sidewalks from tree roots. There's certain tree varietals that have surface roots that will lift the sidewalk up. When that happens, at all costs, we try to preserve trees. And so if we can go ahead and remove and replace sidewalk and not kill the tree and not remove big roots, we'll do that. Sometimes it has to happen. We have to take trees out. On a day-to-day basis, I'm personally involved. I inspect every tree before it's removed. If it's a root issue, we take a look and we try to preserve them. It's a balancing act. We love trees, but we also want safe sidewalks. So if we can make it work and we think that the tree's not going to uplift the sidewalk more, we'll keep the tree. But if not, then they do have to come out. We really try to preserve them, though. And we do try to replace them when we take out the wrong tree in the wrong place with the surface roots. We have a tree planting program, just to give a shout out to that. Anybody who wants a tree in front of the house, give Public Works a call, and we will plant a tree. You just have to water it, but free of charge. So trying to renew those trees as well. But it is a balancing act, and quite frankly, most of our uplifts are due to tree roots.
Thank you.
Okay. If there are no other questions, just one comment, Director River, I just want to say, I think this is a really great project here. I have been kind of boasting about this to other elected officials in neighboring cities because I think it's just great that we're being proactive with it. I was just showing Mayor Pro Tem here, there's a street that always comes to mind in LA where I literally have a picture of where the sidewalk is up 12 inches. And it's been like that for years. And so it's really great to know that, I mean, people can't even walk down the sidewalk here. They have to walk into the street. But it's just good to know that, you know, we're being proactive with this. We're never letting our streets get to this point. And even though most people think our streets look pretty good, I mean, we're so detail oriented with this that, you know, something as simple as being raised a couple inches higher than what it should be, I think that's awesome. And so, you know, it's definitely something that we should brag about because these are those everyday quality of life issues that a lot of people deal with because we have a lot of runners in the city. We have a lot of seniors who may be in a wheelchair, on a walker, or a cane, and they walk these streets, and it can be very scary, you know, if you don't know what to look for. So I commend you on, you know, this project here. This is, in fact, your entire staff. This is a really good one here.
Thank you. It's the city attorney and I routinely deny claims for trip and falls.
Absolutely.
Because they're on the other side of the street from Gardena. Our
Yeah.
side is flat, but the other side is
Not.
and $1 million claims. So
Yeah.
this is money. I'd rather spend money fixing sidewalks than paying claims.
I have to commend
Absolutely.
Director Rigg because in every city that I go to, I try to propose this project. And Director Rigg is one of the few and far between who has opened the idea and actually saw the value. And, you know, really went out and looked, you know, for the idea. And him and I have both seen just the thousands of dollars that the city is saving by having this project. So I commend him on being open to this idea.
Okay, I think that's really good. And Mr. President, if I said this might be a great panelist here to talk about the success here that Gardena has in with a project like this, because I think it is really good that if other cities were to consider it. But for right now, we'll take the spotlight. So thank you. Okay, I know we spent a lot of time on that there. So at this time, can I get a motion to award the construction contract as well as approve the construction contingency and declare CEQA exemptions?
Moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by Councilmember Francis and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Mayor Serta. Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is item number 17A. 17A, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 17A is to ratify administrative approval of professional services agreement between the City of Gardena and MDG Associates, Inc. for grant management consulting services for fiscal year 22, community project funding for grant number B-22-CP-CA-0033 for the Community Aquatics and Senior Center. City of Gardena's Recreation and Human Services Department has entered into a professional services agreement with MDG Associates, Inc. for grant management consulting services for the community project funding, grant number B22CPCA-0033 from fiscal year 2022. CPF grant in the award amount of $1,400,000 is funded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, and will be used for the site, furniture and furnishings, as well as operational staffing for the Community Aquatics and Senior Center. Grant management specifically relating to funding from HUD is complex. To ensure reporting and compliance is completed within HUD regulations, the Recreation and Human Services Department believes it's best to outsource this task. MDG Associates, Inc. possesses unique technical expertise in the grant management field and familiarity with the administration and implementation of a variety of HUD grants, including CPF grants. MDG Associates, Inc. will serve in a consulting role for a period of 1 year beginning April 22, 2025. The scope of work during this period includes procurement, creating action plans and amendments, reporting, data management, grant administration, technical support, compliance, monitoring, risk management, financial management, contract management, CPF grant support, grant closeout, and final reconciliation to ensure proper procurement and documentation of performance and tracking of staff hours. The Recreation and Human Services Department recommends that City Council ratify administrative approval of the professional services agreement with MDG Associates, Inc. to ensure proper compliance with HUD grant funding requirements and grant management. The estimated not to exceed price to deliver services is $49,992. Funding source is the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Community Project. Funding grant for the general fund adopted budget for fiscal years 24-25 and 25-26. What is required is a ratified administrative approval for professional service agreement between the City of Gardena and MDG Associates, Inc.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments?
Quick question.
Okay, Councilman Francis.
I thought, maybe my memory might be failing me, but didn't we pass some type of ordinance that allowed the city manager to approve anything under 50,000?
Yes, to correct, but this is
This is different?
this is a HUD grant.
Mhm.
They require the governing body to pass the grant, and I guess it's a resolution in order to accept it appropriately.
Okay.
So even though it's within my scope, needs your
It needs-
approval
All right, thank you.
and your stamp.
Any other questions or comments? If not, if I can get a motion to ratify the administrative approval of the professional service agreement between the City of Gardena and MDG Associates Incorporated.
I'll move it.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by Councilmember Henderson and a second by Councilmember Francis. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Next up is item number 17B. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 17B is the authorization to purchase a 2025 Ford Transit 350 MR passenger XL rear-wheel drive vehicle in the amount of $64,357.90. The purchase price for the new unused 2025 Ford Transit 350 MR passenger XL RWD vehicle from Airport Marina Ford is $64,357.90, which includes an employee pricing 8.4% discount, taxes, and fees. The city received quotes from 3 Ford dealerships: Airport Marina Ford, Central Ford of Southgate, LA, and Ford of Montebello. Airport Marina Ford's total price of $64,357.90 was lower than the total price of Central Ford of Southgate, LA, $64,469.41, and Ford of Montebello, $67,652.82. The vehicle will be used by the Recreation Human Services Department to transport seniors and kids to excursions. This purchase will replace an older vehicle which is nearing its end of useful service life due to age, mileage, and general wear and tear. The replacement of the vehicle is necessary to maintain a fleet inventory that is safe, efficient, and reliable, and the new vehicle will also be more comfortable with features such as medium height room and assist handles, allowing for seniors to easily embark and disembark. Financial impact: adequate funding for the vehicle is included in the current adopted budget for 24-25 in the amount of $64,357. There will be no additional financial impact on the city's general fund. What is required is to authorize purchase of one 2025 Ford Transit 350 MR passenger XL RWD vehicle from Airport Marina Ford in the amount of $64,357.90.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anybody, any member of the council wishes to speak or comment on this item?
Just one quick question.
Councilman Francis.
Is this electric vehicle or it's
No,
gas?
this is the gas.
Gas.
Okay. That being said, if there are no other questions, can I get a motion to approve item, can I get a motion to authorize the purchase of one 2025 Ford Transit 350 MR passenger XL RWD vehicle from Airport Marina Ford in the amount of $64,357.90.
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay. Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka and a second by Councilmember Francis. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Next up is item number 17C. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 17C is authorization to purchase a 2024 Chrysler Pacifica Touring ADA commercial minivan with folding ramp from Mobility Works of California, LLC, in the amount of $71,551.06. The city obtained quotes from mobility providers who specialize in providing wheelchair-accessible vehicles. These conversions are limited to select vehicles, make, and models. We received comparable quotes from 2 companies. Mobility Works for a 2024 Chrysler Pacifica, which is the $71,551.06, and a 2025 Toyota Sienna, $80,850.06. United Access, a 2024 Chrysler Pacifica for $79,790.95, and a 2025 Toyota Sienna for $85,242.85. The Recreation and Human Services Department offers a diverse range of programs through its senior services and supportive services initiatives for individuals over the age of 60. Our support services program has grown in the last few years, and we have experienced an increase in clients requiring special assistance in entering and exiting vehicles. Acquiring an ADA-compliant van would greatly enhance our ability to provide reliable transportation for essential trips such as medical appointments and grocery shopping assistance. This addition would improve accessibility for our clients, particularly those who use wheelchairs, ensuring safer and more comfortable travel. It would also support a higher quality of life by promoting independence, inclusion, and a stronger sense of community, all while aligning with the transportation requirements of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Adequate funding for the vehicle is included in the current adopted budget for fiscal year 24-25 in the amount of $71,551.06. There will be no additional financial impact from the city's general fund. What is required is to authorize the purchase of one 2024 Chrysler Pacifica Touring ADA commercial minivan conversion with a side entry E4 power door manual folding ramp van from Mobility Works of California, LLC, in the amount of $71,551.06.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I have a quick question. I noticed the invoice says 79,000 versus we're authorizing 71,000. Did I miss something? Was there versus a rebate? Did I miss something here?
Wasn't that a different company? One was Mobility Works and one was United Access?
I know
The
I'm on the
79 is from United Access.
Oh, I'm on the wrong one. Sorry.
And 71,551 is from Mobility
My
Works.
bad. I'm on the wrong one. Okay. Any other questions or comments here?
Just one quick question.
Councilor
So,
Francis.
With the additional purchase of these 2 vehicles, what does the total, this is for Recreation Department?
So we're only buying one.
Only buying one?
Yes.
It adds to how many others, or?
I'm not sure how many other vans we have, but our clientele, if you will, has grown significantly. We now have 62 clients that requires transportation. There's 5 that use wheelchairs, so the ramp really makes it easier and more accessible for them to be transported from different locations. And we're still enrolling new clients currently, so it's still growing. So this is preemptively taking in consideration new clients and then serving the existing clients with better equipment that we have.
Okay, but we don't know a total.
Well, currently a total of 62.
60.
62 clients that we're serving.
And so for a number of vans, 2 vans, or just?
I'm not sure how many vans currently we have that's in the older fleet, but this augments and provides additional transportation. Go ahead.
How do I turn this?
It's on.
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead.
Oh, it's new. Good evening, members of the City Council. So we currently have one minivan, but none of them are equipped with a wheelchair ramp. So this would be our first one. We have other vehicles that we currently use, but because some of our clients have the necessity for wheelchair access, this would help not only us, but our employees as well.
Trying to figure out. Thank you for answering the question.
Okay. If there are no other questions, do you have a question?
I have a quick one.
Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
So I see we're buying a 24 Chrysler, and I understand it's about $8,000 more for the 25 Chrysler. But are we just doing this to save $8,000 instead of getting a newer one?
The 2 Chryslers are both 2024. The other one was a comp, which is a comparable one, which is a 2025 Sienna.
Right.
And so the
The
Sienna
same
is
company, though.
Yeah, so it's different. One's Toyota, one's the Chrysler. So the Toyota is a lot more expensive.
Well, I understand that.
But
it's a 25 versus a 24.
Mm.
I'm just trying to get more buck
Bang
out
for
of
your
it.
buck.
Yeah, so it's actually a brand new 2024. So 0 miles, it's just a 2024.
Oh, okay.
So we figured we'd save the $7,000.
And spend on something else.
Thank you. Okay. All right, well, if we don't have any more questions in, can I get a motion to authorize the purchase of one 2024 Chrysler Pacifica that's $8,000 less?
I'll move that
During
one.
the ADA commercial minivan conversion, it's okay, with a side entry and E4 power door with manual folding ramp van for Mobility Works of California LLC in the amount of $71,551.06. Okay, is there a second?
Second it.
Okay. All right. Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka and a second by Councilmember Francis. Will you call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka. Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is item number 18A. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 18A is to approve purchase of bus stop amenity equipment from Toller Manufacturing Company in the amount of $62,376 and a total project of $68,613. Since 2017, G-Trans began an ongoing initiative to revitalize and enhance its bus stops to create safe and desirable places for customers to wait for the bus and complement the neighborhoods in which they are located. Through the results of regular customer surveys and comments and feedback from employees, the initiative included relocating bus stops, developing new bus stop signs, and installing seating, solar lighting, and solar-powered compacting trash recycling receptacles. G-Trans was recently awarded grant funding to continue this investment. This effort will include installing real-time transit information signs and additional updated solar-powered lighting. Because the market for such equipment ranges in capability, style, and features, G-Trans will test signage and lighting at a few bus stops to determine durability, quality, and usefulness. G-Trans is a member of the California Association for Coordinated Transportation and thus able to participate under an assignment clause, which options authorized by Calacti Morongo Basin Transit Authority under their joint procurement for shelters and accessories, contract number 21-01 from Toller Manufacturing Company. Toller has been providing such products to transit agencies across the nation for over 30 years. G-Trans purchased 5 low-powered e-paper real-time signs that have battery life of at least 3 years. The software allows the display for real-time information sent from G-Trans's new CAD AVL system. The signs are durable and come with replaceable cover to accommodate harsh weather conditions or vandalism. G-Trans will also purchase solar-powered lighting, which can provide additional power to the e-paper signs when installed altogether. These configurable lighting solutions come in 2 types. One that is lower powered for areas that just need just a little lighting, and another more powerful one that can light up an area of 200 square feet around a bus stop pole. The cost for the signs and lighting amount to $62,376, which includes equipment, shipping, and applicable taxes. G-Trans has determined the pricing to be fair and reasonable. G-Trans is also requesting authorization for a 10% contingency of $6,237 to account for any unforeseen changes, only to be approved in advance by G-Trans staff for a not to exceed project total of $68,613. G-Trans facility staff will install equipment at 6 identified bus stops. The pilot period will last approximately 3 to 6 months, during which G-Trans will test the quality of the products as well as the usefulness of the public. G-Trans will again solicit feedback from customers and employees. At the conclusion of the pilot period, G-Trans will go through the procurement solicitation to process for the purchase of all remaining products for the final stage of the bus stop amenity improvement project. G-Trans has existing capital funding designated for this purchase, no impact to the general fund. What is required is approve the purchase and project total.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Francis, Director Crespo, you might as well come on forward.
I just have one small one. So we're getting 6 of these new signs. They look really good, and I'm glad to see it'll make a bus stop more safe because of the lighting. But have you determined where those 6 bus signs are going?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. At this point, we anticipate putting signs only at Western and Redondo and Crenshaw, and Vermont and Rosecrans. Those are the signs only. And then lights only will go at El Segundo in Vermont and Gardena Boulevard in Vermont. And those were all based on different characteristics, based on ridership, volume of the stops. Again, this is just the intro phase for the pilot period.
This is a pilot program that works out really well. We can imagine this type of signs all over lighted areas, all over City Gardena. As far as your, I know you go all over the place. 1X, I see 1X and 4X. So,
I mean, this is the pilot period and really determines. We have a finite amount of money. So once we decide how many we can afford to buy and which models to buy and which types, then that'll be the next phase that will come back to you with a bigger purchase.
all right, thank you. So if this is successful, we can expect to see you back again.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, so along with that, most of them would be in Gardena, correct? Because our lines do travel in other cities.
That is correct. So this pilot and most of the future purchases, we plan to really only focus on in the Gardena jurisdiction.
Okay, and you said that you do have enough finances to afford that, if it works out.
We have enough at the moment to fund this project for sure, the pilot, right? Once we move forward on how many more we need, we do not have enough to put at each bus stop, right? So we will have to selectively, based on characteristics on ridership and other demands, and then set up a certain amount that we could afford to buy.
Okay, and I do, the photos that you sent, it's just really nice. I think the ridership will love it, especially at night.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Just one more
Go
quick
ahead,
question.
Councilman Francis.
So a lot of our bus stops are shared by other cities. At least I know on my street, there's, I think Torrance kind of stops at some of our bus stops, and over in Los Angeles, I know you go all the way down like to Willowbrook, way over there. I thought, I saw D-Trans way, but anyway, I was just excited to see it. But, so how do you, so that's outside of Gardena, but for the ones that are right in the city of Gardena, how are you going to get all these signs in place? I guess I'm still trying to figure this one out.
Like, do you mean install them? How do we plan to install them?
Yeah, and how do you, I just lost my train of thought, lost my question. Anyway, but it had to do with placement of signs and different types of signs for different areas, and you said it's just based on ridership, and I guess the more high ridership and more people that gather, for example, around the high schools, or 1X, or some of the buses that pick up at, ride to the stadium.
So the e-paper signs, which is really the digital sign, will go at high volume spots, right? We want to make sure that if a stop only has 6 people a day, it doesn't merit a sign like that, right? But if it boards 300 or 400 people a day, there's more interaction there. So they're going to want real-time information. So that's how we're going to determine the signage. The lighting is really going to be more on dark areas in our service area, so that our passengers who ride at night can feel safer, and then also a bus driver can see them, right? That's also another component to it. Sometimes we would accidentally pass up somebody maybe if it's too dark. So this kind of helps the driver's side, and then also helps just light up that intersection or that corner.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In the e-paper real-time sign, is there an opportunity for us to sell advertising in those?
I will double check. I know there's an area for graphics, but I'm not sure if we can sell them, but we could look into it, see if there's any. depends on how much information. We have a certain amount of real estate on that sign. So,
I mean, if the pilot is successful and we get some advertising, then that kind of feeds itself because then it funds the rest of the project, potentially.
potentially.
Potential, okay, thank you.
Okay. The only question I have, so is red the final color? I mean, or were we considering like Gardena green or anything like that? Or, I'm just curious, only because it looks like one of those like fire pole sign things. And just a question.
No,
It's just a question.
That's a great question. I believe that's just the model of
Okay.
what, like the product comes in different colors,
Mhm.
and we're gonna look at getting
Look at some other, some options.
colors some of those options that can better match the amenities at that stop. So we
Okay.
typically stick with like a green, but maybe there's a navy blue.
I see.
It's whatever is also on their palette. I don't think they have a lot of colors.
Right, right.
So we'll
Okay.
go with.
But this isn't final,
This
the
is
color.
no. This was I
This
think
is just
just
an
a
example.
model for everybody to see.
Okay, no, I think that's good. I mean, just to kind of stay with the the city theme or G-Trans theme, or if another color does look better, but not as bright as this red here. I mean, I know you want it to be seen, but just, this is a bit much. So, but I think the concept here is really good.
So Mayor Serta, whatever color we decide, it's going to be uniform throughout. We're not gonna
Perfect, okay.
have green on one
Right.
stop and then brown on the another one, or
Well, yeah, no, absolutely. I
Yellow.
just, just colors that kind of still work with our theme or our style, or maybe it might be similar to our Wayfinder style, the blue color. So, but just kind of still falling within that. But if they have some nice neutral colors, so they just kind of go with the landscape of our city. So I just want to make sure we're open to that. So that's all. The Emerald City, we'll put a diamond on it for you, but something like that. Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions.
Once you've got that color up, though, the covering of in the box, is that going to be like something that's going to be graffitied all the time?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
No, so that's part of this pilot, right? We understand and know in some places we've gotten reference checks where they do get vandalized, right? And so we're going to see how durable it is for our areas and our stops, but it is used. It's in Orange County has a ton of them, and the East Coast they have a lot of them in certain neighborhoods, and so that's part of the pilot, right? If it doesn't last more than a week, we'll have to relook at it.
Or that graffiti-resistant paint or something. But I'm sure you know about all those options.
And all those features are built into that. That's why they sell like this hard enclosure that goes. It's almost picture an iPad, a more complicated iPad, but enclosed in something on the outside
Yeah.
that's built for the weather. It's cellular, and that's how it's getting its information.
Okay.
Playing, nobody's going to vandalize it because they want to watch the commercial, the advertising.
Or social media, right,
We're
okay.
gonna stream the NFL games.
Okay.
Like the gas station pump.
Okay.
Yes,
That's true. No, it's a good
exactly. I'm
point. It's a
telling
good
you.
point. I never thought of that. He's right, like the gas station pump. They don't really graffiti those because something is playing. Okay. All right, okay. Well, maybe you're onto something. Okay. Okay, with that, thank you. And we have to vote on this here. So at this point, can I get a motion to approve the purchase and project total? Bless you.
Bless you. Bless you.
Is there a second? Okay, Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Francis and a second by Councilmember Henderson. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
And Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Next up is item number 18B.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 18B is approved purchase of safety barrier components at a cost of $57,018 and a project total of $62,720. G-Trans was an early adopter of driver protective barriers during the COVID-19 pandemic, originally designed to protect bus operators from direct contact with the public. Later, G-Trans deployed a stronger, more durable solution that provided greater physical protection for drivers. The current barrier door has split levels. The lower is opaque black, and the upper is a tempered DOT certified glass designed to allow the bus operator to maintain a clear view of the boarding passengers and their surroundings. The existing glass enclosure extends only to the fare box, leaving a large space between it and the windshield. G-Trans tested a larger footprint of the glass enclosure portion of the barriers, providing even greater physical protection by extending all the way to the windshield. For the design, G-Trans worked closely with LA Metro, who already had deployed this extended barrier. Metro designed and sourced all the components for for use on the El Dorado National or ENC CNG buses models which both Metro and G-Trans have in service. G-Trans installed this kit of components on one of its ENC buses and began the training, testing, and feedback process. Management met with GMEA representatives to discuss the barriers and received feedback. Bus operators who drove this bus in regular service received training and provided feedback surveys. Feedback received was positive, and now staff would like to move forward to purchase and install these new barriers on the 38 CNG buses in our fleet. G-Trans has an additional 13 buses that are a different model than the 38 ENC buses. While these 13 buses do have an existing barrier, a new design is required to extend the barrier, and this process is underway. Each protective barrier kit is comprised of multiple components, such as a special glass, latches, mounting equipment, and bracketry. Metro has provided the designs to specific vendors and worked with them to produce and expedite these components and to assemble and install them quickly. As such, G-Trans wishes to use these same vendors to ensure the quality, fit, and quick delivery of the components. Most components fall under the purchasing authority of the city manager, with the exception of the metal mounting equipment. G-Trans requires 43 steel mounting kits for 38 buses plus 5 spares from Mission Steel Fabrication at a cost of $1,200 per kit, totaling $57,018, which includes sales tax. G-Trans wishes to include a 10% contingency or an additional $5,702 to accommodate any unforeseen expenditures or additions that may be required. Such expenditures would not be allowed unless agreed upon in advance by G-Trans management. Total project cost with recommended contingency is $62,720. G-Trans has existing capital funds designated for this purchase, no impact to the general fund. What is required tonight is to approve purchase and project total.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay, does any member of the council have any questions or comments? If not, can I get a motion to approve purchase and project total? Is there a second?
Second.
Madam City Clerk, a motion is made by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka and seconded by Councilmember Henderson. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up are council directives. Does any member of the council have any directives at this time? No? Okay, I have, go ahead. No?
You go first.
Okay. Something I wanted to maybe bring to the attention here, and it's related to the Wall of Fame. Just notably with the recent passing of George Castro, one of our Wall of Fame honorees, it got me thinking about, how we should move forward as it relates to our Wall of Fame as far as what the policy is as it relates to it. And so I'd like to direct the staff, my directive is to direct the staff to provide the current policies and procedures for the city's Wall of Fame. And the purpose of this would be to continue to recognize individuals for their extraordinary service to the city and also who have significantly contributed to the betterment of the community. And the reason we're doing this is so that the integrity of those who are honored on the Wall of Fame is maintained, and the benefit would be to continue with the tradition of the Wall of Fame. So hopefully I can get a second on that.
As a actual honoree on that wall.
You are? Oh, okay, thank you. I didn't know that. Can we do that if he's an honoree on there?
He was already voted, so it doesn't prohibit
I don't know. I just want to make sure legally, Counselor, can we do that?
It's just a
We
second
need
on
to
the
check
directive.
that criteria. We got to check that criteria.
Staff
All right.
will provide a copy of the policy.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, you had a directive?
Okay, I have a short little directive.
Okay.
My directive is to have staff present a report on the educational accomplishments of our city manager. And the purpose of this directive is to provide his qualifications to hold his position as the city manager. And the reason for this directive is warranted is to show the city and its citizens that the city manager is qualified to hold this position. So the ways that this directive would directly benefit the city is to eliminate any doubt of his qualifications to be city manager.
Okay, I'll second that.
And just for clarification, the intent would be for this to be an agenda item for a presentation?
could.
Or I think just provide a report, a list.
Provide a report.
I would think a report, right?
Right. All right.
Yeah, I think that'd be important, just to provide a report that's available. Are you okay with that amendment? Any other directives?
Got a question about that wall of fame.
Okay. Everybody's getting loopy. It's late here. Okay.
I'll tell you after.
Okay, so, Mr. City Manager, do you have any remarks regarding our previous directives?
No, Madam Mayor, I don't have any updates yet.
Okay, thank you. So with that being said, we're going to move on to remarks. We're going to begin with Councilmember Francis.
Boy. So, since there are, first of all, I want to say congratulations to the Gardena Police Department and Deputy and the leadership for being awarded the Lexapol Award for the 5th straight year in a row, and we're looking forward to next year as well. And since we last, and also we have a congratulations for the Public Works Department as well as the Municipal City Clerks Week. We just want you to know we celebrate you as well. We have an excellent staff, and anytime we have an opportunity to say congratulations, well done, this is our opportunity. So, job well done. Public Works, thank you. And Municipal City Clerk, thank you. And also, since the last time we met, I attended the Gardena Beautification Commission meeting, the Greater Los Angeles Veteran Control District meeting. I also attended the 39th Annual Cinco de Mayo Parade and the Cinco de Mayo Festival. I was a little concerned that because the weather was so gray and drizzly that folks might not come out, but we had the largest turnout for that parade this year, and all the May gray and the cold and drizzle, and it was an excellent parade, and I got to ride in a real nice car. So thank you. Congratulations, Cinco de Mayo committee. And although it's not really celebrated in Mexico, but also mostly in the city of Puebla, celebrating Cinco de Mayo parade is important because it acknowledges the Mexican heritage of our residents here in the city of Gardena as well as the state of California. So it's important that we continue to do that. And let me see. I think that's pretty much about it. It's been a great meeting. We got a lot going on. Hopefully next time the agenda won't be so long. Anyway, but thank you so much. And for everybody that has contributed to me, thank you. And that pretty much concludes my remarks.
Okay, thank you. Next up is, excuse me, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since our last meeting, I participated in an event or seminar discussion in regards to the government adoption of artificial intelligence, pros and cons, and what we do as a government entity in regards to policy development and discussion and how we could use it in our daily operations along with what we could do for things that are client-facing or community-facing and everything. So it's just kind of really raising the awareness of what AI does and how it can be used properly, some of the pitfalls that potentially come up with the use of that. So again, stay tuned on that, but it's gaining a lot of traction in a lot of public sector spaces. I was at the SCAG General Assembly, so for those that don't know, the South Bay COG elected me as a regional council member to represent our city, Hawthorne, and Gardena in the Southern California Area Government's body, which is it comprises 6 counties in Southern California. And we mostly talk about, not mostly, but we talk about transportation, community development, economic development, and housing. So we had our assembly in Palm Desert. I'm not going to go through all of the topics we went over, but LA 28, again, is prevalent in everybody's mind in regards to what we can do to band together to make sure that we all understand that this is not Los Angeles' Olympics. This is the United States Olympics, so we just need to make sure that we're mindful of that. I attended Youth Day, Cinco de Mayo. Again, I want to thank our city clerk. I always say our city clerk's office is the best of the 88 in LA County. So please continue the good work. Have my community and business meetings. And Madam Mayor, thank you for that reminder to add this pedestrian safety project to a potential panel at ICA, because we're doing our cut list of meeting tomorrow. So everybody's got their ideas on what we need to talk about. Since I'm general president again, the goal is always to make sure that our cities, our 40-member cities, have the opportunity to highlight the good work that we do. I know government always gets a bad name, but sometimes folks need to understand the good work that we do. So that's an opportunity for us to speak to our peer cities and share ideas and best practices, so we all know we're not just doing this in vain. We're actually trying to improve the environment and improve the community. What else do I have? You know, Madam Mayor, because the hour is late, I will conclude my report, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm going to go very fast, but Becky told me that she could keep up, so. Okay. But since our last, and I apologize, there was I missed the meeting last month due to an issue, but I'm back. But I've attended the COGS legislative briefing. Congresswoman Waters, I think Senator Allen, and a representative from Steve Bradford's office were on board with some other Assembly and Congress people. I attended the COG Transportation Committee meeting. I chaired that, and then I chaired the COG Steering Committee meeting. I attended the City Employees Quarterly Mixer. It's always great to celebrate with them. I attended the Easter Bunny Breakfast. That was well attended. There were a lot of people having some good stuff there. Attended the COG Selection Committee, where we selected a candidate for the ocean, I forget what they call it, but we have, yes. So we did that. We had a promotion. I attended the promotion ceremonies for Sergeant Marisol Bazan and Jason Hooker. Congratulations to them, well deserved. And I attended a badge pinning for a new lateral officer who used to actually, I think, be here at one time, but Giselle Ramirez. And so that was good for our department. And Chief, congratulations for making the department whole again. I think it's been a long time since we've actually had our full complement, so thank you. Attended the COG Homeless Task Force meeting, where I chaired that. Attended, again, a COG board meeting. I attended Kiwanis Gardena Youth Scholarship Award Luncheon. We missed you.
I was at another Kiwanis scholarship banquet that same day.
Yes.
So it was another Kiwanis event.
And it's the greatest thing because our Kiwanis clubs, they give out way more than we do in scholarships, but we were really happy that we were able to give out some really good scholarships to our local students. Attended the city clerk celebration. That was a good day. Fed everybody. It was kind of healthy though. But yeah, it was a great day there. Attended the second annual Pacific Heritage Celebration here at the city, and that was all due to the efforts of retired Captain Osorio and his wife Candy, who started that last year. This year was even better and bigger. We took over the street. We had food vendors, and we had a lot of people selling wares. Could have bought stuff for Mother's Day. But that was a really great event, and it was nice to see the captain back out there. He actually had hair, so it was kind of hard to recognize him. Attended Cinco de Mayo Parade. The Cinco de Mayo Parade was really great this year. Congratulations to Ernie being the big guy. Got to wave with his kids. That was good. But that was it was a really good turnout this year, even though it was kind of misty. It wasn't raining quite, but it was misty. But it was still a great turnout. So thank you for the Cinco de Mayo committee. Let's see. Attended again just recently. I did the COG Transportation and Steering Committee meetings, and lastly, this is kind of a tough one for me, but we've lost 3 really great citizens this month, and we lost. So we lost Miss George Castro, who was a staple photographer in our city forever and ever. He had a place on Gardena Boulevard, and he was the photographer for the city that did almost everything for us. We lost him. We lost Pat Worthy. Pat Worthy was she was on 2 of my commissions. She was a Kiwanian, and Pat was just a wonderful, loving, giving, caring person. And I know that Stephanie and her staff are going to miss her at the Senior Bureau. And lastly, we lost Sam Cascanian from Sam's Autoland. Way too young. Another guy that he would give you the shirt off his back if you needed it. Came to America with about $100 in his pocket, and was a great business person and contributor to our city. And that was just gut wrenching for me this week. And then lastly, I heard the Chiefs leaving me. So, but congratulations on your extended time here and all the things you've accomplished. And that ends my report.
Okay, thank you. Next up for myself, since the last council meeting, I attended the Youth and Government Day. And again, kudos to the staff for doing an amazing job. It's like every year that just keeps getting better and better. And the kids are so enthusiastic about it. And I commend our staff. A lot of our staff members took time to escort the kids around and show them the different departments. So I know it kind of took everybody a little bit out of their element, but it was really, really good. And again, the kids, they were very impressed with it. And they had a really good time. A couple of them came up to me afterwards, and they were like, when are you guys going to do this again? Can you do it every month? And I'm like, no, we can't. But it's a really good idea that we're doing with that, and just having fun with it. Also, later on that day, I attended Hermosa Beach's State of the City. Since last month, I attended my CCGA meeting, my sanitation meeting, as well for LA County. I also attended a special screening at Gardena Cinema where a young man, he and maybe 4 or 5 of his friends were doing short films. And these are films that they produce with little to no money. And they're aspiring filmmakers. And so this was put on at Gardena Cinema, and it was a lot of fun just watching these young people, like in their early 20s, that just produced these short films with the hopes of, again, becoming producers. Also, I attended a special city selection meeting last month where we were choosing members who will sit on one of the coastal commissions and, another committee that I can't think of right now. But besides that, I also attended a drive-by for one of our residents, Mr. Walter Spraggins, who turned 97 years old. And I want to thank our police department and our fire department for coming out there. And if you saw Mr. Spraggins, he was 97, and this guy had so much energy. Everybody kept looking around to see, like, who's the 97-year-old guy, because he was moving so quick. I mean, I knew who he was, but I don't think everybody else knew who he was. And he was in such great shape, and it was amazing. And he attributes all of it to walking. And so he was moving like he was 23. It was amazing. So was really excited to participate in that. The next day, I had an opportunity to be on KGLH radio. They were doing a special show on female mayors in the South Bay. It was myself, the mayor of Carson, Compton, and also the former mayor of Culver City. And so we all got a chance to get on the radio and just kind of talk about our experiences as being the mayors of our cities. And it was also kind of interesting that we're all kind of in the South Bay area as well. And even the funnier part about it is the host, for some people who listen to KGLH, Ade Lamar, she loves Gardena. She's been to our Food, Wine, and Cigar Festival. And later on that day, she came to my office, and we just had a great time. So I anticipate we'll see more of our radio host, KGLH, here in Gardena, which is something that we like because we definitely want to continue putting Gardena on the map. Also, I think the next day or so that same day, I attended the promotion ceremony for now Sergeant Hooker and Bazan, and I just want to congratulate them again on their promotion, as well as I attended also the pinning ceremony of the lateral officer, Officer Ramirez. I also attended the military equipment meeting where our officers explained in more detail the military equipment that was open to the community. So I thank Lieutenant Cuff for doing a great job in presenting that. Later on that day, I attended our senior Easter candlelight dinner, where I always have a great time with our seniors. And I have to say, they constantly say how much they appreciate what Gardena does for them. So this is one of those programs that we just really have to keep up for our seniors, because it's not just coming and having a meal, but it's great socialization, and the fact that we always have some type of great entertainment, a band. And the seniors like dance from like the beginning to the end. And it's crazy because they literally don't want you to turn the music off. And, you know, they really appreciate it. And in fact, it's gotten so popular that I used to hear that sometimes you would have seniors from maybe like Lawndale or Hawthorne. Well, one lady told me, she says, my friend told me about this and I'm coming from Santa Ana. And I was like, really? She goes, yes, because you guys have the best events. So I was like, wow, that's pretty impressive. So to know that they've passed over all these cities to come here to participate in our senior event. So again, kudos to that department for doing an amazing job. I also did my monthly town hall meeting at the Toss Up Restaurant. And I just want to thank our speaker, which was code enforcement. And we had a great meeting, and just our residents learning a little bit more about, you know, what code enforcement does. And Councilmember Francis, thank you for coming by as well. And we all learned a little bit more about code enforcement. As much as we all think we know it all, we don't. And just some really cool, interesting facts. And again, our community appreciated it. Later on that day, I attended, that weekend, I attended the Kiwanis Decon Convention, where I got a chance to be out there with the Gardena High School kids, as well as the kids from CAMS. And it was about 20 individuals. And I have to say, these are some of the most amazing kids in part of our Key Club. We're the Kiwanis, which helps facilitate and get our Key Club members there. And, you know, it's one thing when we're in our meetings, which I know a lot of members here are a part of, and we talk about things we can do to help out these young people in high school, but it's another thing to be out there with all these young, enthusiastic high school students, and they're just so excited about their future, their community service. And it's just really great to be around a bunch of kids who are not on their phones. They're excited to get out there to talk with us and just talk amongst other kids about things they're doing in their community, different accomplishments. And we, you know, they have their awards ceremony and so on, but it's just a lot of fun to spend time with young people. I've never been... You're right. It was 900 young people, and they were cheering and chanting. And in fact, the Gardena students won the Spirit Stick because they were chanting. Oh yeah, it was a big deal. And I was hoping they would let me bring it tonight, but they have it. But it was a lot of fun. You know, just you know, the whole camaraderie of all of it. I mean, it was a busy weekend, but it was a good, fulfilling weekend and positive things. And so I just hope that more people get involved with that, just to help our young people, because, you know, again, whether it's a scholarship we're offering them or we're allowing them to go to these conventions, they're learning how to conduct themselves, not only as you know, adults coming up, but just how to work with groups. I mean, you know, it's training them for city government or just all type of future jobs in college and so on. So it was really good. And to even the other Kiwanis members, Gina Ayers and Shauna Tanaka, who came and they were also helping, you know, chaperone and so on. I mean, you know, we appreciate you guys, so it was awesome. Also, I attended the 56th annual Professional Clerks Week. Again, you guys do an amazing job. Thank you for what you do. A lot of people have no idea how much information has to go through our city clerk's office before it even gets to us at the council level, and also what it even entails as far as putting these meetings together. These meetings don't just happen overnight. It takes time getting the agenda ready, getting it from all the different departments, making sure it's right, and so on. And so we really appreciate all that you guys do. I was once a city clerk for a hot second, so I understand what it entails, but for a hot second, it was 6 months, but it you know, when you walk in somebody else's shoes, you really understand what they do. And so, you know, we can always talk about, oh, maybe that looks easy, what this one does or that one, but you do their job for a couple of weeks or a month or so, and you have a whole different perspective. So thank you again for what you do. Also, I attended the 2nd District mayoral meeting, which is hosted by Holly Mitchell, where she meets with the mayors in her district, which is about 11 of us or so. We learned some of the things that are happening with the county. And, they kind of give us a progress report of as far as, what we may be able to ask for as far as funding or what we're probably not going to get this year moving forward, just because of some of the cutbacks, some of the effects that they're still getting from COVID as well as from the wildfires and how it's affecting, money moving forward to our local cities. And at the same time, we also kind of share what different cities are doing in our neighboring cities. And one of the big things that I took from the meeting, which was really interesting, is as a lot of these cities are getting ready for the Olympics, of course, everybody wants to host a game. We all want to have some part of that. But since we couldn't, everybody's being really creative with other ideas where they're having, and I'm probably saying the name wrong, but it's kind of like a host house. And it's different places where people are able to gather and they're able to watch some of the events. And you have these specified areas, and I can kind of talk offline if anybody's interested in it. But it's just ways to get people to come to your city where you have these big screens and a certain area where people will come and they can hang out together, watch the different sports games. But the bigger thing is afterwards, a lot of times, these same people who come to your city, a host house, that's what it was called, afterwards, a lot of times those who come to your city will go to your restaurants, they may stay in some of the neighboring hotels. A lot of people want to be a part of the Olympics, and even though they may have tickets to go to one particular game, they may be out here during that period and they want to go somewhere to watch the game. And so a lot of different folks are looking at these different places where they can go and just as a group kind of just, they're here from all these different countries just to watch it. And so other cities are just doing some really interesting things with these host houses where they're different countries are saying, like, I don't know, maybe the city of Manhattan Beach is where folks from Australia, where the host house is at. And so it was just interesting just seeing how everybody's getting really creative with that. And then the last couple of things here, I didn't make it to the Pack Fest event. I apologize, I got stuck working, but I know I saw the pictures. It looked like everybody was having a great time. So again, thank you guys for putting that event on. And I know we didn't have a meeting 2 weeks ago, but one of the things we would have done had we had the meeting was wish our city manager and our deputy city manager a happy birthday. So happy birthday to you guys. And I know it's a little late. We don't need a birthday cake. It's late. It's 11. So, again, happy birthday to you guys. And that is my remarks. So with that, let me go on to some announcements really quickly here. Coming up, we have a volunteer summer camp, which registration begins Monday, May 12th through Friday, June the 27th. And you can volunteer from July 14th through August 8th from 9 to 5. And this is great for our teenagers, ages 13 through 17 years of age. There is a $50 deposit due at registration for that. So if you'd like more information, you can call the city. Also, we have our Older Americans and a Mental Health Awareness Month celebration, which will be happening Saturday, May 17th from 11 to 1 at the City Hall complex here. There'll be a lot of resource booths, activities, raffles, giveaways, and more. We also have our Kids to Park Day pop-ups, which is Saturday, May 17th. It will be at Bell Park from 10 a.m. to 12 and Thornburg Park from 12:30 to 2:30. And there'll be games, activities, raffles, and prizes. We also have our Coffee with a Cop, which will be Wednesday, May 21st at Chick-fil-A from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And if you don't know where that's at, it's right at Redondo Beach Boulevard and Crenshaw. We also have our City of Gardena Job Fair, which will be Thursday, May 22nd from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Nakoka Community Center. Let's see, if you'd like more information on that, you can call 310-538-7070, or you can call City Hall to find out more information. We also have a Willows Wetland Preserve scavenger hunt, which will be Saturday, May 24th from 9 a.m. to 12 noon for ages 12 and under. And this will be at the Willows. Let's see, scavenger hunt will be a fun-filled event promised with an adrenaline-fueled quest for the whole family, filled with excitement and mystery. There'll be activities, crafts, and prizes. And registration began May 5th. And again, you can call City Hall if you'd like more information. We also have our Boys to Men workshop exclusively for teens and young adults ages 13 through 25. This will be on Friday, May 30th from 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. at Nakoka Community Center. Come out with us for an epic evening filled with coaching and chats about leveling up into manhood. Enjoy a delicious dinner, dive into games, tackle fun activities, snag some awesome prizes, and so much more. So registration has already begun for that. And again, call City Hall if you'd like more information. And lastly, please join us as we celebrate the retirement of Chief Mike Safel for serving our community for 32 years. This event will be Thursday, June 5th, and refreshments are at 11. The program begins at 11:30 a.m., and the event will happen here at Gardena City Hall. Okay, with that, we have to move on to our remembrances. Tonight, we're going to adjourn in memory of Mr. George Castro, who was 97 years old, a longtime resident and business owner, and a Wall of Fame honoree, who lived a long and full life with photographs making and capturing history. He will always be remembered and cherished for his dedication to the community, love for his family, and kindness towards everyone. We're also going to be adjourning in memory of Mrs. Patricia Worthy, who was 84 years old and a longtime resident and member of the city's Beautification Commission, the Senior Citizens Commission, the Jazz Festival Committee, and longtime volunteer with the City of Gardena, and she will be missed by all. And lastly, we're going to be adjourning in memory of Mr. Sam Kiskanian, who was 68 years old and the beloved father and brother of former council member Art Kiskanian, longtime business owner and Kiwanis member. He will always be remembered for his dedication to this community and will be missed by all. So at this time, we're going to move to our adjournment. The Gardena City Council will adjourn to the closed portion of our City Council meeting at 7 p.m., followed by our regular City Council meeting at 7:30 p.m. on Tuesday, May 27, 2025. So at this time, we are adjourned.